So yeah, I saw a question about, hey, what do we need to download? There's two things. The Discord channel just below the one we're using for chat. I posted a copy of the slides. You can download those there. Also, and a couple of people have shared the link to the threat hunting page on the Active Countermeasures website. That has a link to be able to, excuse me, download the VMs for doing all of the labs. So that's the stuff you want to go out and grab and get going. If you hear a cat in the background here that sounds like it's in distress, it's not. It's my Siamese cat that usually gets a good 20 minutes of attention from me each morning. And she's trying to remind me that I'm like late for paying attention to her. So again, if you hear a cat that sounds like it's dying in the background, it's not. It's just a Siamese that wants attention. So we can safely ignore that, not a problem. Cool. And with that said, hey, let's get moving. So thanks to our sponsors. We're one of multiple sister companies, Black Hills, Anti-Siphon, Wild West Hack and Fest. Wild West Hack and Fest is coming up soon in September. If you're interested in, decent live security event, that one's always fun. You can hit the Wild West Hack and Fest site for information on that. Other classes I'm teaching. So there's these two kind of frame this class, if you will. Meaning if you get into this and you kind of feel like, gee, I kind of wish I knew more about how TCP/IP works and what's actually going on inside of all of these packets. Hey, I got a class for that, and that's being taught next week. If you get into this and you feel like, hey, I want to take it to the next level, there's an advanced class for that. And I got links for each sitting here. So you'll need a copy of the class VM. So there's multiple ways to do the labs. There's a VM for VMware. There's also a VM for VirtualBox. There's also an install script you can run, so you can set up your own Ubuntu 18 system and then run this install script, and that'll go through and configure everything you need. Or like I mentioned, there's also a deploy option for DigitalOcean. All of this is on that threat hunting webpage up on our main site. If you do use one of our installs, login name and password is here. Password's real easy to remember. All your base belong to us. Yes, I am that old. And yeah, the sooner you get that going, the better. So some quick logistics. We'll do a 10-minute break at the top of each hour at the halfway point. So 3 hours in, we'll do a 20-minute break. That'll give you a little extra time to, pat your Siamese cat, feed your kids, water your lawn, whatever it is you need to go through and do. And the team's monitoring for questions, whatever you may have. The lab don't have a GUI, or am I missing something? No, you're not. It's all command line based. We try to keep this as simple and as easy as possible. Now, in this webcast, here's my standard disclaimer. In this webcast, we're going to go through and we're going to kind of push back on some of the norms that we've been taught over the years. And I'll admit, I'm guilty. I used to teach some of these norms. There's some things that I taught because they were taught to me, and it was just kind of that, well, other people do it, so I should do it too. And, and it's even part of some attestations that it's a requirement, so I guess I should really be doing this. And it wasn't until a couple of years ago that I just kind of stopped and said, well, but what does the data say? In other words, I'm doing this thing, but does this thing actually work? What does the data say? And I was really surprised by what I found. So I'm going to talk about some concepts, and I'm going to bash on some concepts that, like I said, are kind of considered industry standard practices that maybe they shouldn't be, because when you stop and look at the data, it really seems like, hey, these just aren't working. So it's prime cognitive bias fodder. What do I mean by that? I mean by that, hey, I've been doing this all the time. What do you mean this is wrong? And sometimes it's really hard for us to admit that to ourselves. But we need to in order to grow. We need to in order to be able to find better ideas. So just kind of keep an open mind about what we're talking about. So let's start with some attack information. In other words, what are we defending against? What are attackers doing? And one of the scary things I still see is people talking about, like, the hacker in the basement, in mom's basement, going after websites. And, and it sounds cute and all that, but quite honestly, I think it really does us a disservice from an industry perspective, because people think that's what they need to worry about. And it's not. These are crime organizations. These are nation states. These are organized teams with financial backing. And that completely changes the demographics of what's going on. Go back 20, 25 years ago. Yes, then it was that, single hacker in mom's basement or whatever. And when you look at what was their objectives were, I want to look more elite than my buddies. I want to show that I can own more systems than anybody else. I'm going to go after systems in mass in order to be able to make myself look like I'm important. Well, that's not what we need to worry about anymore. What we need to worry about is well-funded attacks. When you look at like straight up financial crime, there has never been a physical bank attack that has stolen as much money as some of the virtual ones that we've seen lately. And that doesn't even include some of the crypto stuff that have literally gotten into like, $50 million plus that have been stolen. These are organized attacks. These are folks that are going to go through and change their tactics as they go after each target because they can afford to. Right? As I said, this is financially backed. So we need to kind of keep in mind, it's not the lone, kid in the basement we're worried about anymore. It's organized crime organizations. So what are we doing to try and catch them? And, see if this kind of sounds familiar to you. Right? So we're going to do centralized log collection. We're going to tell all of our systems, send your logs to that one box, to that one SIM, or we may have some other fun name for it now to kind of just rebrand it. But at the end of the day, basically it's a SIM. And then we're going to write some signatures to look for stuff that we know would be an indication of somebody doing something bad on our network. And anytime those signatures trigger an alert, we're going to jump on that and try and figure out what's going on. Right? Does this process sound familiar? If you're, following any attestation, it probably does, because this is usually a requirement. And we feel like this is the way we should be going about catching the bad guys, right? Okay, we got some problems here. Number one, all of the centralized logging is effectively based on syslog, meaning that syslog's kind of the lowest common denominator for all of this stuff. Syslog is that whole, hey, here's how we go about collecting logs. Here we go about centrally organizing them. One of the problems with using syslog for this is, while syslog is designed for collecting logs, it's not designed for collecting security logs. There's no way for me to go in and tag a log as being security related. So when my web server generates log entries, maybe they're security related, maybe they're not. Maybe they have to do with performance, maybe they have to do with some sort of a application error. There's no way for me to, if there's no severity level for me to go in and say, hey, this is a security event you need to pay attention to. So why are we doing pattern matching in the logs? This is why. Because there's no way to go in and kind of tag it from a security perspective. The other problem we run into is there's no standards here. Right? Security log entries don't always start with security alert. If they did, hey, this would be easy, right? All we'd need is one signature. Hey, anytime you see security alert, pop that up on the screen and have an analyst take a look at it. But that's not how this works. All the different applications, and even the same application on different operating systems, logs things differently. So this is why this ends up being such a mess, and why we end up having to deal with so many signatures. And we're talking about centralized logging. This is a fail open system. What do I mean by that? I mean that I can plug a system into the network and get internet access, which means I'm immediately at risk of being compromised. And if I'm not centralizing my logs, there's no little red light that goes off in security to let them know. In other words, new system comes online, but it's not actually collecting the log entries like it's supposed to. There's no little red alert thing that goes off to let people know that this is something you need to worry about. So you can have devices connecting in. And oh, by the way, some of the devices we need to worry about the most, like IoT devices, may not have any type of logging facility to them. I'm reminded of an early customer we had at, let's see. Okay, yeah, so one person's having a problem with Zoom. Cool. So yeah, leave and come back. That's usually a good way to go through. And yeah, you should be able to see the slides, definitely. Cool. So yeah, I was gonna say, I was reminded of an early customer we had at Active Countermeasures that bought the product, deployed it on their network, and they found these 3 IP addresses that were beaconing out to Guangzhou, China, but they turned out to be IP-based cameras. So these were compromised IP-based cameras taking pictures of the inside of the facility, sending them off to Guangzhou, China. And they had no way to see it in the centralized log because these things didn't even support centralized log. So, you know, again, we think we have better visibility than we do with this method. Now, we talked about signatures, right? We're going to go in and we're going to check our logs for these things. What are signatures? Signatures are basically regular expressions. In other words, we go in and say, hey, look for this particular type of a pattern, right? So it could be anything from look for this string of characters, or it could be look for this type of a log entry followed by that type of a log entry. You know, it's some sort of basic pattern matching to go in and kind of find this stuff. Well, it's basic pattern matching. And we've been doing it this way literally since the late 80s. And it hasn't really changed. Yeah, we've done things like we've moved it into databases, you know, like an elk stack or something like that. But when you look at how are we finding what's interesting, it's that regex pattern matching. Antivirus used to work the same way, right? With antivirus, they used to put in signatures, and that would tell them if that software was malware or not. Now, it didn't do a very good job. I used to teach a malware class a long time ago. And one of the things I used to do in the class was take an inventory on, okay, who's running what antivirus software? And then would go through and would take a common tool like Netcat and would say, okay, you know, see if your antivirus software detects it. And of course, everybody would detect it. And then we'd go in with a binary editor. And one of the things I would do was change the name of the tool from Netcat to NetDog. And like half the antivirus software packages stopped detecting it anymore. In other words, all we did was change what gets printed when you did use the -H for the help screen, where it listed Netcat and the version number at the top and changed it from Netcat to NetDog, and they couldn't detect Netcat anymore. And then we went in and made some other minor tweaks like that after that had absolutely no impact on Netcat's functionality, but we would continue to go until everybody in the room could no longer detect Netcat anymore. And it's because they were doing basic pattern matching. Well, that model's gone. You know, we do digital certificate checks now, right? Oh, that software wants to run. Has it been digitally signed by a certificate that's been approved of by security? If not, we're not going to run it. And the reason that change had to take place was because the pattern matching didn't work anymore. Well, we're running into the same thing with logs, yet we're still trying to use the pattern matching. So it's kind of this lack of innovation. We're literally doing the same thing coming up on about 45 years now. It's time to change. It's time to find something a little bit better. You know, I don't do much with graphics in my slides, but this one really kind of stuck out for me because when you look at when did we first start doing centralized logging and using regex to try and find the bad stuff, this was the pants style for guys to wear. If you can imagine yourself, you know, can you imagine yourself wearing those pants now? Yeah, probably not, right? This is how old this technology is. Are we getting better at detection? In other words, when an attacker comes after a network and, you know, let's say they do a phishing attack and they get somebody to click something they shouldn't have, whether it be a link, whether it be, yeah, yes, there's lots of images of the parachute pants out there. Absolutely. But, you know, someone does a phishing attack against us. They get somebody to click a link or an attachment or something that they shouldn't have. And that infects that system. And now we've got an adversary on the inside of our network. How long does it take us to go through and detect that? How long does it take us to figure out our protections have failed and we need to go into incident response mode? And there's some interesting data around this. One of which is when you look at the raw numbers, it looks like we're getting better, right? The dwell time is down to less than 30 days. I saw a couple of news articles about that over the last couple of months. Ooh, we're getting better at it. We're less than 30 days. No, we're not. The data is getting polluted, if you will, by ransomware. Because what does ransomware do? Ransomware comes in, infects your drive, and then says, hey, you're infected. Well, we're counting that as a detect. No, no. When the attacker says they've done this, you can't count that as a detect. And, you know, the example I like to use is imagine somebody broke into my house and stole all my TVs. And then they come back the next morning and say, hi, I'm the one who stole all your TVs. Do the police get to claim that they're now solving B&Es in less than 24 hours? Of course not. They had nothing to do with it. I would have known who did it with whether the police was there or not. This is the same type of thing. You're going to find out in 4 days whether you've got, you know, $5 million invested in your security or zero, because the tool is telling you what happened. But that small date range, or that small number of days, is skewing the number to look lower than it actually is. When you start looking at there's two things to me that say, yeah, this is definitely, we're not getting better, even though we'd like to think we were. One is there's no correlation between the drop in the number of days and improvements in the effect in the impact of that breach. In other words, it doesn't take less resources, it doesn't take less money, there isn't less fallout from it. So our industry average used to be over 6 months, right? We've dropped that down to a month. We've eliminated 5 months from that cycle. You would expect there to be some improvement in recovery now, right? Because we're catching them 5 months quicker. And the reality is, no, we're not. We're still spending as much money to clean up. You know, all of the different metrics we would look at, they're just as bad as they were before. That to me really says, you know, we're not getting any better. The numbers might look better, but we're fooling ourselves. The other one that really says that to me is when you look at what is Mandiant investigating? Mandiant's one of the biggest forensics companies that gets pulled in when people get whacked. And when you look at their numbers on what they're finding, you know, like 58% of the attacks they get pulled in on, the attacker has been on the network for at least 700 days. That hasn't changed for them. Right? They're still seeing those same types of numbers. So you may see some numbers that make it sound like we're getting better. The reality is they're not. When you start diving into the numbers to figure out where is this information coming from, ransomware is really screwing this. So is log review threat hunting? I see a lot of people say it is, and it's not. Threat hunting is an active facility, meaning that it's something you actually do. It's not something responsive, meaning something else happened, therefore I will perform some action. So if you keep that in the back of your head and kind of evaluate each of these different processes we do, it's really easy to kind of figure out what might be threat hunting related and what's actually not. You know, anytime we're just responding to alerts, you know, that's not threat hunting. Well, but we've got some other technologies we can leverage too, right? Things like threat intel feeds, right? How about those? Well, think about threat intel. What does that do? Threat intel is, hey, somebody attacked me, so I'm going to give you the IP address because that way you can protect yourself from it. Well, that's that old antivirus model we talked about that doesn't work, right? We also said, hey, there's money behind this. There's crime organizations behind this. There's nation states behind this. They innovate constantly. So what they use for malicious code against me, what they use for an infrastructure to run it is going to be different than what they use against you. So with intel feeds, you see matches, but they tend to be predominantly false positives. They're not very useful. Also, these have a very limited lifespan to them. And many times when you subscribe to these feeds, you're not told how old the data is. So in other words, tell me that IP address was being hostile an hour ago, and that has value to me. But if that IP was being hostile 3 months ago and it's part of EC2, who cares? Right? It's probably not the same system anymore. In fact, I would bet money on it not being the same system anymore. What about technology like network-based intrusion detection? Can we use that? Not really, because again, they're innovating these attacks all the time. So don't get me wrong, you can certainly write signatures for known command and control channels, right? So you can go up to like GitHub, find a couple of C2 channels that are up there, you know, like Empire, and then write a signature to be able to match on Empire. The problem is all you're going to catch is Empire. Any type of modification that gets made, bang, you're back to missing it again. So while we would really love to be able to use network-based intrusion detection, the reality is this suffers from the same problem we talked about with our SIM, which is we are writing a pattern to catch something we knew was bad in the past, hoping attackers will do it again, and we're ignoring the fact that they're just constantly innovating. So in this particular data set here, there was actually Empire C command and control channel, and there was a DNS-Cat2 command and control channel, and Suricata with the bleeding edge threat signatures didn't find either of those. It found that somebody plugged in a USB drive. It found that somebody did a query for a fully qualified domain name in the top level domain .cc. But it didn't find the command and control channels. And that's what we need to be able to identify if we want to figure out when attackers have made it past our layers of protection and gotten into our network. So what should threat hunting be? It should be a proactive validation of all the systems on the network, anything plugged in, not just desktops and servers, but those IoT devices, our routers or switches, our printers, everything that's plugged into the network. We should be doing some level of validation against that. Execute without making assumptions. What does that mean? That means that we're not responding to an event. We're saying it's Monday. I do threat hunts on Monday. We're going to do a threat hunt today. Or it is the 15th of the month. We're doing threat hunting today. Or it's first thing in the morning and we always do threat hunting now. We're doing threat hunting now. You get the idea. It's something we do on a regular basis. It's not necessarily something that gets triggered by an event. Now, it doesn't mean we can't do this if an event gets triggered, but we should be doing it outside of an alert type of cycle. What this gives you is a compromise assessment. Today, imagine you're the CIO for your organization, and the CEO says to them, are any of our systems currently compromised? How are they going to respond to that? The response is probably going to be something along the lines of, I don't think so. We didn't see any alerts, right? Well, no, that's not validating it. That's just saying, well, I haven't seen it happen, so maybe we're okay, maybe we're not. No. What a threat hunt should be is, again, a validation of all of those systems. So if we've introduced threat hunting to that environment, now the CIO gets to say, I believe we are safe because we have threat assessed every system connected to the network and found no indicators of compromise. Okay, there's data to back up the statement now, right? It's not a double negative, it's not a blind, yeah, maybe, maybe not, I'm just going to assume the best. No, we've actually gone in and done a validation. So that last bullet, that's the biggest thing you get out of a threat hunt. So what does threat hunt do for us? Well, like I said, there's that dwell time if the attacker's on our network, right? They get somebody to click something they shouldn't have. They now control assets on our internal environment. Now the clock starts ticking. How long does it take us to figure out they're there? And if it's 30 days or 6 months, it doesn't matter. That's still too long. They've had plenty of time to go in and do whatever damage they want to go through and do. Usually it's not damage in that, ransomware, usually it's damage in that they'll encrypt drives and that something's going on. But the scarier ones for me are the ones where they're like stealing your IP. And now all of a sudden you're noticing a similar product to yours being produced in mass in China because somebody came in and stole some intellectual property and you never saw it coming. You never even saw that it happened. So what threat hunting does for us is it helps to close that gap between when our layers of protection fail and the attackers get in and gain access. And what threat hunting does for us is it tells us we need to go into response mode. We need to trigger incident handling. We need to hit that big red incident response button and do something about this adversary who's now running around on our network. What threat hunting is not. I've kind of gone through and talked about all of these already, but here's just a little bullet list for you. And again, threat hunting needs to be something active. It's something that we're doing on a regular basis. We're not responding to some event that took place on the network. So again, we want to review everything and we want to come up with one of two different dispositions. This says three, but in reality, there's two. It's either I'm pretty certain the system is safe, or I'm pretty certain the system is compromised. The third one listed here is I'm not sure. Well, if you're not sure, you need to come up with additional tests, right? Maybe it's it's acting a little weird. I'm seeing some strange network traffic, but I'm not sure if it's compromised or not. Well, maybe my test needs to be, I need to start recording what all the applications are doing when they're talking on the network on that system to see, can I identify the binary that's creating that connection? If so, what is that binary? Where did it come from? Is it okay? So again, if I hit that third bullet, that needs to give me a test so I can now loop back and come up with one of those first two possibilities. So how do we do this? Where do we even start, right? If checking, if writing signatures on our SIM isn't going to do this for us, where do we start? To me, the best place to start is the network, right? Start with that medium they're going to use to attack you and maintain access to those systems that they've gone through and attacked. To me, the network is the great equalizer. What do I mean by that? I mean that if you're really savvy, you can hide processes running on a system. And if you're really, really savvy, you can hide processes on a system, monitor for sequential memory reads, which are an indication that somebody's trying to do a forensic analysis of RAM to find your malware, in which case you just take your malicious code, swap it to disk, wait until that process finishes, and swap it back up into RAM again. You can do a really good job of hiding your processes if you know what you're doing, but you can't hide your traffic on the network. You can try and make it blend in. You can try and make it look like other traffic on the network, but you can't completely stealth it. So what I like about the network is the data is there. Your job is to be able to go through that data with a fine-tooth enough comb to be able to identify, no, this shouldn't be on my network. This doesn't belong here. They can't hide the packets. They can't stealth packets. That isn't going to happen. So this to me gives you the best place to go through and start. So start on the network. What do I mean by that? So we were talking about command and control channels. I'll get a little bit deeper into what command and control channels are later. But for now, when the attacker compromises that internal system, they got somebody to click something they shouldn't have, they'll run a process on that system to call out to what's referred to as a command and control server. Because if you think about it, so let's say, John in accounting clicked something they shouldn't have and their system's now compromised. Well, John in accounting system is probably behind the firewall, which means the attacker can't access it directly. They need an indirect way to access it. And the way they do that is they use what's referred to as a proxy, or a command and control server. So that proxy, that command and control server acts as a proxy. The compromised system goes to the proxy and says, hey, do you have anything for me to do? And the attacker talks to that proxy and says, hey, here are the commands I want you to send off to that system the next time it checks in. So it acts like a third-party intermediary, if you will. Well, that means that compromised system needs to go check with the command and control server on a regular basis to see, hey, are there any commands in the queue for me to execute? Well, that's a point of weakness now, right? That is an attribute that is going to help distinguish that communication versus most of the normal communications that take place on a network. Namely, it's going to be persistent. That system on some regular basis is going to go check in with that command and control server. So don't worry about this interface for right now. I've got an internal IP address talking to an external IP address. How often does this system connect to that system? Well, if I look at this graph on the bottom, each bar represents a 1 hour period of time. My y-axis is quantity. So this is saying that in the first hour, this IP address connected to that IP address about 120 times. And then it did it again, and then did it again, and did it again, and did it again, and so on, so on, so on. Notice a pattern here. This is connection persistency. This is one of the things that's kind of odd to find on our network. And when we do find it, there needs to be a serious business need behind it. This isn't just like randomness, right? This isn't somebody going to check out a website, as a one-time type of thing. Persistency means there's a solid link between us and the system out on the internet. There needs to be a business need behind it. For example, if this system turns out to be a patching server for an operating system we're running, well, this connection makes perfect sense. It's a business connection. There's a business need for it. If this IP address turns out to be a consulting company that's helping our sales group optimize their sales funnel, and we're sending them data that they then go through and process and tell her better ways to go about doing, what we need to do, there's a business need for that. So again, this connection persistency, this is something that we want to go in and we want to pay attention to when we see it. It's being able to see things like, what was the fully qualified domain name the user was trying to get to? What digital certificates were being used? Can help us answer that question. Is there a business need behind this? The first thing that kind of helps me sort a lot of this stuff out is just general knowledge. Right? Like it's connecting back to, it's a Windows box connecting back to Windows. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's probably patching, or it's Windows notification server. It's probably one or the other. But the other tool that really helps me figure this out a lot of the time is my purchasing department. So if I go in and I see that we're doing regular connections to, foo.acme.com, I should be able to go to my purchasing department and say, hey, are we paying acme.com for anything? Because if we are, there's a legitimate business need. Maybe it's the salespeople doing that sales funnel optimization that I talked about. Well, they will have to have paid for that service, which means it would have gone through the purchasing department. Purchasing should have a record of that. So we'll get into some of the technical ways you can try and track down what's going on, but don't forget about the purchasing one. That solves this question a lot of times. So this persistency of connection, that's something that's really kind of interesting and worth paying attention to. This graph here is kind of interesting. What this graph is doing is it's showing us how often was a certain dwell time seen between connections. In other words, this IP address connected to that IP address, and then it closed the connection. How long did it wait before it then connected to that IP address again? And then how long did it wait before it connected again, and so on? So along my x-axis, each of these bars represents a different dwell time. This is 27 seconds, 28 seconds, you get the idea. My y-axis identifies how often did I see that dwell time. What's kind of interesting is that if you're dealing with a perfect beacon, okay, so let's talk about like network time protocol. That's a great one, because network time protocol is going to call out to an NTP server on a very strict time basis. And what that time basis is depends on the operating system you're running. It'll be somewhere usually between every 15 minutes and every 30 minutes. But whatever that time interval is, it will always be that time interval. So let's just pick a random one, let's say 20 minutes, right? It's an Ubuntu system. So every 20 minutes it's calling out. Well, if I go through and graph how often am I seeing each time interval, you're going to see 20 minutes 99% of the time. Right? There might be one or two that was like a second off because there's some jitter on our network or things got busy or something like that. But I'm going to have one solid peak here and that's it. When you see multiple peaks like we're seeing here, this is an indication of what's referred to as jitter. Jitter is when our attacker says, hey, Mike, when I compromise that system, I'm going to have it call home on a regular basis. But if I do it on an exact time interval, they might detect me. So I'm going to vary the time interval a little bit to try and make myself harder to detect. So anytime you see something where it's varying the timing, that's what's referred to as jitter. This is somebody trying to hide what they're doing. Now, I have Cobalt Strike labeled here. What does that mean? Cobalt Strike is a tool that you can purchase that allows you to set up command and control channels. Wait a minute, Chris, you can buy a tool to do this? Yes, you can. It's marketed to red teams, but the reality is everybody uses it. SolarWinds, when they got compromised, right? When we had that sunburst attack, and we think we've tracked it back to being the Russians. So this was a nation state level attack against a commercial organization. When they set up their command and control channel, they used Cobalt Strike. Now I can pretty much guarantee they didn't pay for it. They didn't license it. They just grabbed it and they go ahead and use it. But one of the, when you tune Cobalt Strike with your command and control channel, you go in and you say, I want a beacon at this interval, plus or minus a percentage. Well, anytime you do that, plus or minus a percentage, you end up with a bell curve. meaning you're going to pick time intervals more towards the middle more frequently than any of the extremes. So if you're going in and you see a connection like this, and you see, hey, somebody's varying the timing, and oh, hey, look, it looks like a bell curve. That's probably going to be someone, whatever is running on your system is using cobalt strike to be able to call out. That's usually a pretty good indication that, yeah, we're going to have a bad day. That's definitely a compromised system. But let's say I see this and I say, hey, yeah, it's cobalt strike. That looks like cobalt strike to me. That isn't used in legitimate apps. This really looks like this IP address might be compromised, but I don't really feel like I want to hit the big red incident response button yet. I need a little bit more data. What can you do? Well, one of the things you can do, like I said earlier, is tie it back to what application generated this traffic. We have an open source project called Beaker. That's why that looks like a little beaker sitting there. And what Beaker does is it leverages Sysmon to collect ID3 information off of your endpoints. ID3s are applications talking on the network. So that could be servicing inbound connections or servicing outbound connections. Either one, it'll work fine. So in other words, I could go into Beaker and I could say, hey, when this IP address was talking to that IP address over this date time range, what application was running on this system that was causing that connection to take place? And in this case here, Beaker's telling me, oh, that's Runtime Broker that's doing that. Oh, wait a minute. What's Runtime Broker? Runtime Broker is a binary that monitors the permissions that your applications are using. So in other words, if an app goes in and tries writing to the registry and it shouldn't be allowed to, or if it tries, changing passwords, or, it does something, it tries to access your camera and it's not a camera app, Runtime Broker is the one that kind of guards your privacy to say, whoa, wait, this application is trying to do this new thing that it's never done before. You really sure you want to let that do that? You're playing what looks like, some, kill the birds game, and or use birds to go after turtles or whatever. You're playing some sort of game, and all of a sudden it's trying to access your camera. All of a sudden it's trying to access your address book. Are you sure you want to let it do that? That's what Runtime Broker does. Well, why is Runtime Broker connecting to DigitalOcean? That makes no sense at all, right? So now if we saw Runtime Broker running on our system, would say, oh, okay, good. That helps to protect our privacy. This is a good thing, right? But in this context, we're saying Runtime Broker is connecting to that external IP, and it's running on a Windows system and it's connecting to a domain that has nothing to do with Microsoft. Oh, no, that makes no sense at all. This is bad. This is probably not the Runtime Broker we think it is. So again, having that connection, I bashed on the host logs. I bashed on, trying to use regex pattern matching. But notice what we're doing here. We're not using regex, are we? We're using context. In other words, we're saying, I'm seeing suspicious connectivity between these. Now I'm going to go in and use my host logs. This pays off in spades if you go through and do that. Now, one of my big rules with threat hunting, don't cross the passive active line. What do I mean by that? I mean that as part of a threat hunt, everything you should do should be undetectable to a potential adversary. Why? Because as soon as you do something that could be detected by them, you may get detected by them and their behaviors may change. I've seen this happen before. I was involved with an environment where they found a compromised system. They did what logically made sense. They immediately isolated it. Well, when they isolated it, the attackers who also compromised other internal systems figured out, oh no, they're onto us, and decided to go scorched earth. And they started trashing the environment. Now, had they paused and said, okay, before we do something active, before we do something that could be detectable by the attackers, let's stop. Let's do an incident response. Let's get multiple smart people together and let's plan out our next best actions. Had they done that, they may have realized, wait, we need to get scope first. We need to make sure that this is the only compromised system. And had they stopped and looked, they would have found the other, it was like 12 or 14 other systems that had been compromised. And they would have said, okay, We not only need to isolate one, we need to isolate all 14 at the same time so we completely cut them out of our environment all at the same time. By not doing that, oh, they got hosed. So when you're in threat hunting mode, don't cross that line. So if I've got to go to the system that I'm not sure about and start running commands at the command line, no, you need to be in an incident response mode at that. Now, maybe it's, hey, I'm not sure it's compromised. It may be, it may not be. For me, I would err on the side of caution. Hey, I'm going to call an incident response on this system. I'm not sure if it's compromised or not. We need more data, but here are the attributes that I'm seeing that's leading me to believe it may very well be compromised, but we need to do active things now. So let's make sure that we're all on the same page as far as how this should all work from here going forward. All right, let's talk about some detection techniques. So we talked about using network data. How much network data do I need? In other words, can I use a NIDS and just pattern match on stuff going by? No, we talked about that. Sorry, it doesn't work that way. We're looking for connection persistency. How much data do I need to identify connection persistency? Well, of course, the more data I have, the more accurate of a reading I can get, right? If I only have 5 minutes worth of data and that's it, just about everything's going to look persistent, right? Because I've only got a 5-minute data block to work with. If I'm working with 12 hours worth of data, well, now anything that was only communicating for like 5 minutes and then stops, well, that doesn't look persistent anymore, right? It's going to be communicating for a much longer period of time for me to be able to look at that and say, hey, that looks like there's some persistency there. 24 hours might even be better. One of the things I like about 24 hours is that typically what I'll see is when an attacker gets into an environment, their first step is to compromise additional systems, have them call home to the same command and control server, and they set those up as backups, meaning that the primary channel, the primary system that's compromised might call home once per minute, but those backups are only going to call home like every 6 to 8 hours because they're backups. So now when you detect the primary has been compromised and you isolate that system and move it aside, the next time one of those backups calls home and says, hey, do you have anything for me to do? The C2 channel says, yeah, you're now the primary channel into that environment. Drop your dwell time from 8 hours down to 1 minute. Let's go in back in and party. If I have 24 hours worth of data, it's a whole lot easier to make sure I can tag all of those systems as well. Analyze communications in pairs. In other words, we're looking at an internal system and it's talking to either an IP address or a fully qualified domain name or possibly a CDN environment. We'll talk about each of those as we go through. Now, if you've attended this class before, you've heard me talk about a threat score system. In other words, a way to go through and kind of assign threat points to a system and use those threat points to kind of guide what you should go after. I'm not going to teach that anymore. Thus the big red X that's over this slide. Why? Because I found that methodology is very easily skewed. For example, let's say I see a persistent connection on a system, right? I see a system that's calling out to some host out on the internet on a fairly regular basis. Let's say I also see a user agent string coming from that system that is unique within that environment, or maybe, it's unique within that system. So I add in some additional points because it's running some unique agent string. It may even be talking to something that's like a threat intel match. So I go in and I add in some additional points for that. Well, are all of those actually related? In other words, is it being persistent with a specific IP address, but that unique agent string was actually used with some other system? That threat intel match was actually some other connection that's not acting persistently that takes place. Because if so, I'm going to end up with more points being assigned to that system than I actually should. In other words, we can't, even though we're trying to figure out if systems are being compromised or not, we can't look at this at a system level. We need to look at it as a session level. We need to go in and analyze that session. And we need to, run that session aground before we move off to the next one. So when you're doing a threat hunt, you're actually looking for suspicious sessions. And if you find a session that now has indicators of it being a command and control channel, now, okay, that's the system we need to go in and pay attention to. But we need to run it down at a session level first. So what's our threat hunting order? In other words, what do we do? So let's say we grab 24 hours worth of data. What do I do with that 24 hours worth of data? What are we going to look for? I always start with connection persistency. Is there an internal system that's holding open a connection all the time to some host out on the internet? That's a persistent connection that I want to go in and pay attention to. Is there an internal system that is calling out to a host out on the internet every 10 minutes all day long? Or it's every 10 minutes plus or minus 2 minutes all day long. That's a persistent connection. That's worth paying attention to. So the first thing I do is go in and look for my persistent connections. Once I have those, I do a deeper analysis on those. Anytime there's not connection persistency, meaning like, let's say, hey, somebody is like doing a Google search every, anywhere from every 2 minutes to every 20 hours. Yeah, okay, that's not persistent. There's a lot of variable time taking place there. That's not something I need to worry about. Or, hey, there was a one-time connection and then it's done. No, that's not a persistent connection. I don't need to worry about that. So all the non-persistent connections, push them out of the way, which, by the way, is majority of what takes place on your network. So there could be 1 million connections that went out to the internet yesterday, and an overwhelming majority of them, you're immediately going to be able to put them aside because they don't show any indicators of persistency. That helps the threat hunt go as quickly as possible. Once I do that, the next thing I go through and do is look to see, is there a business need for this connection? In other words, if it's a Windows box and it's holding open a connection all the time to a box that is identified as a Windows notification server within Microsoft.com, yeah, I'm not going to worry about that. That's Windows being Windows. Now, in certain environments where you don't want your systems talking to anybody outside the organization, you may still deem that as a threat. That's entirely possible. In which case, for you, there is not a business need for that, and that needs to get shut down. That's fine. But for most of us, yeah, the fact that Windows is, checking Windows notification service, checking for patches or whatever, that is okay. There's a business need for that. So I'll usually do a quick business need check. If I can't identify an obvious business need, that's when I start going down the rest of the rabbit hole. So I'll start looking for abnormal protocol behavior. Are there any attributes in these communications that just don't sit right? Like maybe the system normally identifies itself as being a Windows 10 box, but during this persistent connection to this IP address, I don't recognize a business need behind. Only during that session, it identifies itself as being Windows 7. Well, wait a minute. Are you Windows 10? Are you Windows 7? What's going on here? That's what I mean by abnormal protocol behavior. And there's some other examples we'll get into as we go through. Once I dig through the protocol, now I start running through the reputation of the external IP. Then I'll go in and do an investigation on the internal IP. Now, these two are interchangeable, and they're interchangeable depending upon your environment, meaning most of the environments I've seen out there don't do a very good job of collecting data on their internal systems. It's actually easier to learn things about that external IP address than it is to try and learn things about the internal system that generated the connection in the first place. So that's why I have these bullets listed in this order, because this is going to be the best flow order for a majority of the environments out there. Now, if you are collecting good host level data, let's say you do have a SIM and you do collect log entries off of each endpoint, great. Switch these 2 bullet items, investigate your internal system first, then go to your external. The idea of this order is to execute it in a way that you can resolve what's a threat and what's not as quickly as possible. Now we're talking about targeting C2. Does C2 have any blind spots? Meaning, is there malware that could get in my environment that I won't detect? Yeah, there is. There's an edge case out there where it's a worm that's not going to bother setting up a command and control channel. Now, we don't see these that often. And the reason is they're dangerous. One of the best examples of this was NotPetya. So NotPetya was an attack by the Russians against Ukraine. Gee, this is a repetitive pattern there, right? And what they did is they attacked their tax server. So anybody who does business in Ukraine needs to use this tax system in order to pay their taxes. So they attacked that server. And their thought process was, this will allow us to go through and attack all the systems in Ukraine or all the businesses in Ukraine. So we're going to go through and do it this way. And they set it up as a worm, meaning it didn't set up a command and control channel. So when you downloaded this software, it infected that system. It would try some local exploits to see if it could move around on the local network that that system was attached to. And then after it did that, it encrypted the drive, and it would pop up and say, hey, your drive's been encrypted, pay money to this Bitcoin wallet. And whether you did or didn't, it didn't matter. You didn't get your data back. The problem was it broke out of this little sandbox that they had for it, meaning they thought it would only hit Ukraine. Well, of course, the problem is business is global these days, right? So this got out and, not only hit other countries, it hit Russia too. There were a number of Russian companies that got hit by this. So yeah, that was kind of bad. They didn't want to see that happen, but it did. So you don't see these types of things taking place that often. But if you do, the process we're talking about is going to catch them. You're going to have to rely on your endpoint software to be able to catch this type of thing. And, we're already saying that doesn't always work, which is why we're having to go in and check for C2 in the first place. Yeah, not bet it goes boom, boom. Yeah, exactly. It does very big boom, booms to the tune of shutting down global shipping, literally shutting down global shipping. There were pictures in the US of 18-wheelers lined up for miles at these loading docks because these big shipping boats, they couldn't unload them or load them. They needed their software to do that, and the network was locked up. So yeah, you don't see those types of attacks taking place that often, because if they get out of the sandbox, there's no way for you to stop them from coming after you as well. So technique versus methodology. Some of the stuff that I'm going to talk to you about in this class, you might look at and say, well, geez, Chris, we've got a 10 gig connection to the internet. This won't scale to what we do. And that's entirely possible. But the techniques are still valid. In other words, this process that I talked about, right? Here's what you do in the order you do it. If you're 10 gigs, you're still going to want to follow this process. You just might want to use slightly different tools and methodologies. That's it. Beyond that, the process is the same. So what I'm really trying to get into is I want to show you what should be going on under the hood. Way too often we black box by tools. I remember back when Checkpoint first came out and I installed a Checkpoint firewall. What's a firewall supposed to do? Right? If I create a rule that says, let my internal users go out, but don't let in anything from the internet, what would I expect to see happen? Well, I would expect to see my internal users can go out and access internet resources, but nothing on the internet could get in. Well, imagine my surprise when I found out I could still pass through ICMP, I could still pass through OSPF, I could still pass through RIP traffic, I could still pass through DNS traffic. There was all sorts of channels from the outside that were open to the internal network. And not only did the firewall not stop it, it didn't log it. Well, unless I tested it and verified the box, I never would have figured that out. Thousands and thousands of people deployed that Checkpoint firewall and didn't know any better. And even after advisories were sent out, people were still doing it and didn't know any better. The worst part about it was there was no way to fix it beyond put another firewall behind it. So your firewall needed a firewall. Go figure. So I don't want you to be in that black box scenario. So I want to teach you what should be happening under the hood so that if you do need to scale and you do need to go after a commercial tool, you can ask some intelligent questions about how it works and what it's doing. I'll give you a great example. There's a lot of tools that will talk about, oh, we detect command and control. Well, when you dig into it, the way they detect command and control is using this math algorithm called k-means clustering. That's K-MEANS space clustering. There's a wiki on it. I'm sure somebody will post a link if you want to go read about it. But all k-means is k-means is a way to find repetitive instances in very large data sets. So again, imagine we had 1 million connections go out to the internet yesterday. But in that, buried in there is one IP address calling out to another IP address once every minute all day long. Well, that's a repetitive pattern. So k-means will look at that and say, hey, out of these millions of connections, that's the one you should pay attention to. That's a repetitive pattern. So that's how they go through and detect C2 channels. The problem with k-means is that if you jitter the connection like we talked about before, that's no longer a repetitive pattern. So k-means just simply ignores it. So any command and control channels that are jittering, it's going to ignore it. Well, now their math algorithm won't catch it. So what do? Well, what a lot of them do is they fall back on pattern matching. In other words, they're back to writing signatures to try and catch stuff. And we already talked about that isn't going to show you the new stuff that you actually need to be concerned about. Ouch, I hate it when that happens. How bad is this? Well, I mentioned sunburst, right? Sunburst was 2020. Solar winds got compromised in like February, March, and we all found out about it in December when FireEye announced it, right? So there's a good, 9-month period of time that, let's be gracious and say it was only 7 or 8 months that folks were getting compromised and nobody was detecting it. Nobody except 2 tools that I'm aware of. One is AC Hunter, our commercial tool, and the other is Rita, which is what we're going to be using in the labs. Why? Because we don't trust k-means. We don't use it. We've got about 30 different patents in the way that we go through when we do our detection. So again, why am I talking technique versus methodology? Because if you talk to a vendor and they say, oh yeah, we check command and control. Oh, how do you do that? Oh, we use k-means clustering. Oh, well, now you know what that means, right? Now you know, oh, okay, I might need something else besides this too. The other thing you're going to run into is red teamers versus the actual bad guys, right? I'll run into this sometimes. I'll have red teamers tell me, oh, I could easily set up a command and control channel you'll never detect. I'll just have it beacon home once per week. Yeah, you could do that. And yeah, you're right, I won't detect that. But is that a usable C2 channel? In other words, when you look at what are the motivations, what are the goals and objectives of red teamers versus the actual bad guys, they're drastically different. What's the red teamer's motivation, right? Red teamer's motivation is drop some malware, get a command and control server set up, show that it calls home once per week, cash my paycheck. That's it, right? In other words, they don't need that C2 channel to actually be functional. They just need to set it up and show it could have been done. Well, what do the bad guys need to do? Well, the bad guys can't have a call home once a week, right? Because think about that, right? Let's say you're working for a nation state that is attacking things, and some general comes up to you and says, "Oh, hey, we need your C2 channel to be able to go out and find this intel about this, potentially hostile nation state that you compromised." And you say to that general, "No problem. My command and control channel will call back home again on Thursday. I'll do it then." No, that's not going to be an acceptable answer. They need that information now, right? So the problem with calling home once per week is that C2 channel is going to take forever to do anything. So the bad guys need to use a faster time interval. When you talk about sunburst, which again, we know was nation state, that was calling home every 15 minutes plus or minus 90 seconds. So for me, that's my bar, right? That is my, can I detect that known nation state type of attack? Because if I can detect that, I'm going to be in pretty good shape. Now, what if I work for some 3-letter government agency or some .mil agency? All right, I might know on some higher, better detection capability than that, because now the value of the data I have is valuable enough to be a little bit more patient. In other words, maybe I do deal with it just calling home every 2 days. Well, if I'm only collecting 24 hours worth of data, you're not going to catch that, right? But sunburst every 15 minutes, well, that means 4 times an hour. That means about 100 times a day that thing was calling home. Well, if I've got 24 hours worth of data, I can easily find that command and control channel because I've got almost 100 data points to work with. All right. And with that said, it is the top of the hour. So let's go through, let's take a 10-minute break. And we'll try and stay quiet until we're about to come back, because I know sometimes people kind of put us in the background, and when they hear talking, they think we're starting. So if we're talking over break, that tends to kind of freak people out. So let's say 10 minutes after the top of the hour, we'll pick up from here and keep going. Catch folks then. All right. See a lot of folks helping each other out. That's awesome. Saw a kind of a little thread going there about, what if the attacker uses multiple internal systems to kind of proxy out to a command and control server? It's possible. I've never seen anything like that. And I don't necessarily see it going in that direction. One of the nice things about targeting C2 is that we are horrible at detecting command and control. In other words, when think about this as a business, right? The attackers need to go through, they need to figure out how are they going to compromise your system? How are they going to go through and gain persistency on that system? How are they going to go undetected? How are they going to find the resources they want to steal? There's a lot that goes into actually compromising a remote network. And like any business, you're going to focus in on the things you need to do the most that need the most help. And typically that's usually getting that first footprint in, right? Coming up with malware that's not going to get detected by anything, that's going to fool people into clicking a link that they shouldn't have. That's where a lot of the attention needs to go. Because we're so horrible at detecting command and control, like I said, everybody uses Cobalt Strike, right? How easy can you make it, right? Everybody's just using Cobalt Strike. I've only run into one situation where the attacker did not use Cobalt Strike. They actually wrote their own code for doing it. And they actually did a pretty good job of randomizing it. But if you go in and look for persistency, you still found it no problem. So I don't see that type of thing happening in the near future. What I do see happening is up till now, they've jittered timing, but you look for consistency in session size to try and find beacons that way. And we'll talk about those more in just a minute. But I see them varying the amount of payload in the packets. That'll probably be the next evolution that takes place. Why? Because that's something that just got added to Cobalt Strike. It's easy enough to do. But there's ways we can go through and we can still detect things with that going on. We'll talk about that as we go through. So yeah, in a grand scheme of thing, anything is possible, but it's the probable that we need to kind of stay most focused on. So let's talk about connection persistency. And the easiest type of connection persistency, quite honestly, is long connections. So this is just the internal system calls out to that command and control server, creates a connection, holds it open all the time. This is our easiest method of persistence. There's a variation off of this, and this is something that Metasploit uses, where it will call out to a command and control server, and it will leave the connection open for 30 minutes and then kill it and then immediately reestablish the session again. Why do they do that? Well, because some environments do actually go in and look for long-standing connections taking place on the network. And the number I like to use is 5.5 hours. Any connection that's been running for more than 5.5 hours to me is worth paying attention to. There should be a business need behind that. Well, if they're killing with Metasploit, because they're killing the connection every 30 minutes, none of the connections last more than 30 minutes. That's down on the ground noise compared to 5.5 hours, right? So you'd never see it. A lot of sites, when they want to go in and try and find beacons, what they look for is thousands of connections a day. You see an internal IP address connected to some IP address out on the internet 3,000 times in the last 24 hours. Okay, that's something I'm going to go in and I'm going to want to pay attention to because that may be a beacon. Well, they're connecting every 30 minutes, so which means they're doing it twice an hour, which means they're doing it less than 50 times a day. So if I'm looking for 2,000 or 3,000 connections a day to make it worth investigating to be a beacon, and they're only doing it less than 50, again, that's down in the ground noise. So one of the things that I like to do, and we're going to be doing when we get into the labs in a little bit, is look at cumulative time. If I take all the sessions that this IP address generated to this outside host and add them all up, what does it add up to? Well, if you look at Metasploit that way, it's connecting every 30 minutes for 30 minutes. That's still 24 hours of communication in a 24-hour period of time. So if you look at it that way, it now sticks out like a sore thumb. So where do we get connection timing from? This is actually harder than you might think it is. A lot of times folks seem to think you can go in and you can look at your firewall, right? Or maybe I can, dump a copy of my firewall state table and get it from there. The challenge there is firewalls don't keep track of connection duration. They typically keep track of when's the last time I saw a packet go by in this session. And that's not the data we need. We need to know when did the connection start, And when does the connection end, or is it still actually in an open state? Zeek is great at catching this stuff. And we'll talk more about Zeek when we start getting in and talking about tools. But one of the things Zeek records is duration. So what Zeek is saying is, so this is how Zeek identifies an internal IP address or a source IP address, id.org_h, short for original IP. This is the one that started the session. RESP_h, that's response host, right? So that is the system responding, or the target IP address, if you will. So I can go in and I can look at what was the source IP, what was the destination IP, and what was the duration of that connection to see how long did that connection take place for. And Zeek is really good at recording this to a point. There's some caveats with this that I'll talk about later. Excuse me. If you want to try this now, one of the things you can go in and take a look at is, clear my screen from that, is the con.log file, right? So this is, if you take a look in your lab1 directory, you're going to see a bunch of files. This .pcap, that's a pcap file. That is our trace file that has all of our packets stored inside of it. All of these log files is what Zeek saw when I told it to go in and analyze that trace file. So this is the way Zeek kind of broke down what it saw in there. Now I can go in and I can type less space con.log to take a look at the con.log file. The con.log file is the connection log file. So every connection that Zeek saw, it's going to record some piece of information about it here. So if I go in and hit enter on that, hey, this looks pretty similar to what we were just looking at in the slide, right? I can see my source IP address, I can see my destination IP address, and I can see the duration that was taking place for the connection. But notice what's happening here. Everything's kind of line wrapping, right? Like, you know, here's where this line starts, and then it wraps here, and then it even goes out to here, and it makes it really hard to read. So try this instead. Try less space dash capital S con.log. So try using that capital S switch. When I hit enter, notice the difference. Now this isn't perfect, right? So this is my user ID, but the title for it is here. Here's my source IP address. Well, the title for it is here. So you can see my lines are still kind of offset from each other. This isn't perfect, but this way a line is a line. Well, wait a minute, Chris, isn't there stuff over here we can't see now? Yeah, there is. Try hitting your right arrow key and you'll be able to navigate to the right and see all of that data. If I hit my left arrow key, I can move to the left. Down arrow lets me scroll through, up arrow lets me scroll up. So using that dash capital S switch, someone said, show me that command again. It is this command right here. So all I did differently than what we'd normally do is I just added dash capital S as a command switch. So if you use that to go in and view your data, that just helps to organize it, makes it a whole lot easier to go through and read. So that's what we're showing in this slide here. So you get the command here as well. So how do I find my longest duration? One of the, so for the folks that aren't comfortable working at the command line, this gets challenging. Trust me when I say, if you want to work in this field, it is worth getting comfortable working at the command line for a number of reasons. Number one is there are a bunch of tools that run on the command line only. Zeek is a great example, right? So it's good to learn command line stuff just to be able to get access to these great tools that are out there. The other is that command line stuff, you can actually automate. We can run it as like a cron job or an at job to go off at regular time intervals to process data for us so that we don't have to go through and do it manually. So for example, I could have Zeek go through and collect a day's worth of data, and then I could set this to go off at like 2 o'clock in the morning. And instead of printing the data to the screen, write it out to a file. And now when I come in and I want to do a thread hunt, I don't have to run this command. I just go look at this file and see, is there anything in there that's interesting? So what's this command doing? So the first thing I'm doing here is I'm saying cat con.log. So what that's going to do is that's going to go in and that's going to list the contents. This is, think of this as like the type command on the Windows side. So this is just going to list out everything that's inside of that file and just puke it out on the screen. I'm piping it to another command. So I'm saying instead of printing it to the screen, send it to this command here, the zcut. Zcut is a tool that allows me to say, hey, I don't want to see everything in con.log. I only want to see certain fields. And the certain fields I want to see are source IP, destination IP, and duration. So notice this is just the column titles. So I go in and I specify the column titles of the data I want to see. And now that would spit that all out on the screen. Then I'm piping it through this command here, sort. What does sort do? Sort just reorganizes the data. So it's sort, actually, let me go through and pull this up. Now I'm going to do this. I'm going to make my SSH session a little smaller so you can kind of see what's going on here. So I'm going to say cat con.log. What does that do? Well, like I said, that's just going to spew all the data by on the screen. So now I'm going to say, I'm going to hit the up arrow. So that gets back the last command I typed. And now I'm going to say zcut. By the way, if you ever see a command like this and you're not sure what it does, do what I'm doing now. Those little pipe characters are each portion of the command that's running. So just go through and run them one at a time to see what the impact is of each. So you saw when I said catcon.log, it just spewed everything to the screen. Well, now I said zcut, show me these three fields. If I hit enter, well, now all I've got are those three fields, right? Source IP, destination IP, and the duration of the connection. Cool. Well, here I've got a fairly long duration, right? 86,400 seconds is 24 hours. So that's really close to being 24 hours in length. Are there any more like that? Well, notice they're all like all over the place. So that's where the sort command comes in. Now, if I just say sort by default is going to sort the source IP address, then the destination IP, and then the duration. So in other words, it's just going to show me, connection pairs close to each other. Well, that's not what I want. What I wanted to do was I wanted to actually sort this duration field, right? How do I do that? Well, I can say -K3. I want to sort on the third column, not right at the very beginning. And that'll start sorting on this here instead. Now, here's the problem. If I just say sort -K3, notice this section here. We had 95, 96, 9, 9, 97. What happened there? We're sorting alphanumerically, right? So it's looking at this as if it's alphanumeric characters. So what I need to do is I need to tell it, no, that's not alphanumeric. That is -n, that's numeric value. Now when I run it, notice what happens. Now it sorts the numbers out properly. Now here is probably my top hits right here. Well, what if I don't care? I don't want to see everything. I only want to see just the stuff that is like my top 10. Well, I could say -nr. The -r now says do a reverse sort. So now all of my lowest connections, see this dash? The dash means this system sent to that IP address, but no response came back. So the duration isn't even 0 because there was no connection that took place. There was nothing. That's why we got a dash. Well, if I say reverse sort it and then pump it through the head command says only show me 10 lines of output. Bang, there's my top 10. So what's this command doing? Well, we just walk through it. How do I kind of figure out what's going on in each section of this command? Let's say I've never worked with sort or any of this other stuff before. Just do what you just saw me do. Do one section at a time, take a look at the output, see how it changes it. Oh yeah, okay, that makes sense. And like I said, for me, now what I might say is, let's say I ran this as a cron job, right? So I'm going to have a cron job go off at 2 a.m. every day to go through and run this. I'm going to say output that to foo.text, right? And that's what happens at 2 a.m. So now I come in first thing in the morning, I want to do my thread hunt and I want to go in and I want to look for long connections. I'm going to say, hey, show me that foo file. Bang, there's all my data. So all that stuff is done. So again, one of the nice things about running things from the command line is that I can automate it. I can have it go through and run these things before I even come in the morning. But that gets in a little bit more advanced. That's something that usually takes time to build up as a skill, but you're never going to build it up as a skill unless you start. Now, cumulative talk time. What is this looking at? Well, if I look at that data output, let's see if I can find any instances of it here. Yeah, okay. So here's .51 talking to 216.246. Here's .51 talking to 216.246. In other words, there was one instance where it talked for a little over 2 minutes, and then it talked for a little over 2 minutes again. Well, what if I want to add those up? What if I want to see a combination of all of them together? That's where cumulative talk time comes in. So I'm catting con.log. You saw me do that before. Z-cut the same 3 fields. Now I'm just saying sort, which means it's going to, anytime the source IP address and the destination IP address is the same, it's going to put those one line after the other. Then I'm running grep. So grep is a command that I can use to go in and match for patterns inside a file. So I can say grep space foo space file.txt, and any line in that file that has the character string foo in it, it will print that out on the screen. Cool. If I use -v, that says everything but that. What are these grep commands doing? I'm going to run it through this tool, DataMash. DataMash is a really cool, underrated tool that allows me to do all sorts of awesome things. I can go through and I can give it a set of numbers and tell it, show me the mean, show me the max, show me the standard deviation, show me, you know, whatever it is I want to go in and take a look at. So it'll do all sorts of calculations for the numbers for me automatically, and it'll do it on the command line. One of the really cool things you can do with DataMash is you can add up a column of numbers. Now, the problem with DataMash is DataMash only wants to work with numbers. It doesn't want to work with like letters or special characters or anything like that. So if I have data that might include those, I need to get rid of it. So this grep-v, this says anytime you see a blank line, remove the blank line. That's all. Because otherwise DataMash will look at that line and say, hey, there's no numbers here. I don't know what to do. Blah, and it'll just stop running. It won't do a soft error. It just stops running at that point. This grep is saying, remember I was showing you the dashes? Anytime a system tried to connect to another system, but it didn't get a response back, that gets indicated with a dash. Well, a dash isn't a numeric value. So again, DataMash will puke on this if it sees it. So grep-v, get rid of those. So this is getting rid of blank lines. This is getting rid of anytime the duration was just that dash character. Now we're running it through DataMash, and we're telling DataMash anytime the source and destination IP address are the same, sum up the values that are in that third column. Sort on column 3, RN, you saw that before, print out the first 10 lines of output. So what's kind of interesting is that this data and this data is the same. The only difference is here I was looking at unique connections, like this .51 talking to 256, and that's why I might see the same connection pair pop up multiple times. Here I'm adding them all together. So notice here, we said, hey, that was about 2 minutes, and that was about 2 minutes. Well, if I look at it cumulatively, those 2 minutes kept adding up until we ended up with over 2,800 seconds. So again, to look at these cumulatively, we get a much better idea of how much communication is going back and forth between those two systems. Oh, and somebody's sharing some scripts. That's awesome. That is awesome, dude. Thank you. So what about firewalls for catching timing? I already talked about this. Now they don't really keep track of this stuff. There's a couple of exceptions, but for the most part, yeah, you need a better tool, like Zeek to go through and record that. So that's long connections. Our other method of connection persistency is a beacon, and I've talked about these. This is, it calls out on a regular basis to some target. That target could be a target IP address. It could be a fully qualified domain name that actually resolves to multiple IP addresses. One of the things we're just starting to see is attackers hiding their C2 servers behind CDN networks, content delivery networks. This makes them much harder to go through and detect. There are methods you can use, and we'll talk about those in just a little bit. But I saw a question, what does C2 mean? C2 is just short for command and control. How does command and control work? I compromise the system. I tell it to call out to the command and control basis on some regular basis, like every 10 minutes, every 600 seconds. So this will call out to that server and say, hey, do you have anything for me to do? And if there's no commands in the queue, the system will say, nope, I got nothing for you. Go back to sleep. Oh, okay, I'll wait 600 seconds. Hey, do you have anything for me to do? No, go back to sleep. Hey, do you have anything for me to do? No, go back to sleep. And it just does that over and over and over again until my attacker says, hey, I've got a command I want to run on this system. I want to see if there's any Excel spreadsheets on it. So I'm going to go through and I want to list through all the directories and print out any Excel spreadsheets that happen to be there. So what the attacker will do is it will queue up that whatever that command line command is that they want to use. Now, the next time this thing checks in and says, hey, do you have anything for me to do? The command and control server says, yes, run this command. And now the malware will execute that command. It'll take the output from that command and it'll send that out to the command and control server. In other words, it will exfiltrate that data out to the command and control server. Now our attacker just needs to take a look at that output to see what was the output from that command. Is there any interesting Excel spreadsheets on there? So this is our classic, this is how a beacon works. This is, what I refer to as regular C2, if you will. Now, there's some variations off of this where things get a little interesting. What if I don't want the compromised system to be the one talking out to the internet all the time? Is there a way for me to hide that, hide which system's been compromised? Yeah, actually I can. One of the common techniques for that is C2 over DNS. Here's how that works. Me, the attacker, goes out and registers a domain, example.com, whatever it happens to be, evil.com. That's the one listed here. So we'll say I register evil.com. As part of registering the domain, I need to list my authoritative name servers. My authoritative name servers are actually command and control servers. Then I go in, I get somebody to click something they shouldn't have. And when this software goes to call home, it does a lookup within that domain that I control. Well, that gets sent to the local resolver, right? What's the resolver do with that? The resolver checks in cache and says, oh, I don't have any information on that. So I need to go out to the root name servers. Hey, root name servers, I need to do a lookup on this. And the root name servers say, I don't have the answer to that. But here are the .com servers. Go ask them. Oh, okay, great. Hey, .com servers, I need to look up this fully qualified domain name. And the .com servers say, I don't have the answer to that, but what I can tell you is this server is authoritative for evil.com. Go ask it. Now our forwarder says, or excuse me, our resolver says, hey, I need to look up this coded message that lets the command and control server know the compromised system is trying to call home. Is there anything for me to do? And the answer that will come back will either be, nope, go back to sleep, in which case it'll wait some period of time and then call back in again, or here's the command I want you to go through and execute. And that may exfiltrate the data right over the DNS channel, or it might set up a secondary channel and transmit the data out that way instead. It depends on the malware and how it's configured. Pretty sneaky, right? Because again, I'm not seeing anything new leaving that host. It's coming, and what do I see? Well, I see my internal DNS resolver doing DNS queries out on the internet. Well, that's what it does all day long, right? So this can get a little hard to detect. How do we detect this? The key is the fully qualified domain name being queried. What happens 10 minutes later if this system tries to query the same thing? Well, this thing might hand out an answer out of cache, right? Oh, well, wait, Chris, what if they set the TTL to be 10 seconds, or some low value? Well, most forwarders override that. I know I used to say, hey, I don't care what the TTL set for, cache this for at least an hour. Attackers know that, so they know the only way to make sure this connection doesn't get broken is they need to do a unique query every single time. So it'll do this query, and then it may query 831.evil.com, and then 832.evil.com, and so on. So what you end up with is you're resolving a lot of resources within a domain that kind of doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Who's evil.com? Are they a business partner? No. Did we buy software from them? No. Well, then why are we looking up so much stuff in that domain? That doesn't make sense. That's our Achilles heel that allows us to go in to detect that. I'll talk more about that a little bit. Our other possibility is the attacker takes their command and control server and they put it on the other side of a content delivery network like Akamai or Amazon. This is where things get a little bit funky, because now when this system calls out to foo.evil.com, it may get routed to this CDN server. It may get routed to that one. So now my beacon signal is no longer going out to a single IP address. It goes out to multiple IP addresses. Further, this could be legitimate companies using the same CDN network. So I'm going to have legitimate traffic mixed in with this as well. So I've got legitimate traffic getting mixed in. I've got it broken up over multiple IP addresses. How do I find my C2? And the answer is you've got a couple of possible methods. One is you look at how often is this system talking to a specific fully qualified domain name. Or the other is you might be able to find information within the application layer. So for example, let's say these are HTTP connections. Well, then there'll be a host parameter I can go in and key in on. What if it's an HTTPS session? Well, then there's going to be a server name field within the digital certificate that comes back. I can look at that they're going after. So I've got a couple of possibilities for doing detection on this. This to me is the next big thing coming up that attackers are going to do, because it's real easy to go through and deploy. And quite honestly, they don't have to change anything up in their C2. They just take the C2 server, throw it behind a CDN network, and this whole thing just works. So when we talk about detecting beacons, we've got a couple of possibilities. One is we can try and detect it based on timing, right? That, hey, it's calling out once per minute. It's calling out every 10 minutes. It's calling out every minute plus or minus 50%. That's a timing detection, right? We're looking at that dwell time between connections and going in and doing our detection that way. I talked about some of the challenges with this. You know, the connection could be jittered. If we're using k-means, k-means isn't going to be able to detect anything using jitter. The timing has to be short enough that this will actually work fairly well within a terminal interface, right? So I go in, I enter a command. I don't want to have to wait 2 days for this thing to call home to have that command get executed. I'm going to want to have it go off in a reasonable amount of time. What's that reasonable amount of time for most of us out on the internet? The time interval I feel we need to worry about is what we saw with Sunburst. Every 15 minutes plus or minus a minute and a half. If we can detect something in that range there, we're going to be in pretty good shape. So again, you know, I talked about this time graph before. So here's each hour. Here's the number of times my internal IP connected to a resource out on the internet. If I can draw a flat line here, yeah, okay, I get a beacon. That's persistency of connection. There better be a business need for this. I talked about this. If the timing isn't getting jittered and I go through and I map how often am I seeing each time interval, you'll end up with a graph something like this. So this is saying the source IP is calling out to the destination IP once per second, and that's all it ever uses. That is a beacon connection without any jitter. We talked about this is jitter, right? We said this is cobalt strike. It's that typical bell curve. This is jitter. This is somebody doing it themselves. This is the most advanced I've seen somebody ever get. You know, with all the hunts I've done, this is the most advanced I've seen somebody get with trying to change up their timing. Because notice this is fairly repetitive still, right? Because it's that descriptive bell curve. Look at this. I've got some down at 5 seconds. I got some missing time intervals here. I got a peak here. It backs off, another peak, backs off, another peak. They actually did a fairly good job of randomizing the timing, but it's still a persistent connection. If we go in and look for that, we still have a good chance of being able to tag this. So along with timing, the other thing we might be able to use is session size. If you think about what's happening with the C2 session, right? C2 session is that compromised system is calling home and saying, hey, do you have anything for me to do? And if it's a quick timing, like let's say once per minute, a majority of the time what comes back is, I got nothing in my queue for you, go back to sleep. Well, that communication exchange is going to take a certain amount of data, right? And it's going to be the same size every single time. Do you have anything for me to do? No, go back to sleep. Do you have anything for me to do? No, go back to sleep. Regardless of what language they're using, regardless of whether it's encrypted once or encrypted twice, it's going to end up being about the same size each time. Well, what happens if the size changes? Well, that means something different happened, right? What different happens when it calls home, besides calling home and being told going back to sleep? Well, it's calling home and finding out there's a command sitting in the queue for you, right? Execute this command. In other words, these different session sizes are an expression of that command and control channel being activated and how much data took place as part of that activation. So if I went in and I said, hey, show me all processes running in memory, well, that's going to go through and that's going to list out the amount of the size that was necessary to print out all of those processes running in memory. This is kind of cool because notice what it does. It gives me some indications of what's the attacker actually doing on that system. One of the one of the things I've seen some vendors come out with, which really kind of annoys me, is they're coming out with proxy servers or TLS intercept servers. So what they tell you is, hey, have all your TLS sessions go through us. We will decode those sessions. We will check them for potential command and control, and then we'll re-encrypt them and send them out the other side. Sounds good. Here's the problem. Every command and control channel that I've worked with that has been an actual attacker, not just a red teamer, but an actual malicious entity for at least the last 2 or 3 years has used double encryption. So they'll go in and they'll encrypt or at the very least obfuscate their data, and then they'll run it through a TLS tunnel, which means if you pull away the TLS tunnel, what do you see? You see ciphertext. You can't pattern match on ciphertext. I had an argument with a vendor that had this, and it kind of ticked me off because because I was talking to them about, hey, so maybe you're seeing different, but what I'm saying is attackers encrypt their data and then they run it through the TLS tunnel. So your intercept proxy, what's it looking for? What's it doing? And we got in an argument about that. And the best they could come up with is, well, at least you're one level closer to the data. No, that's not how this works, right? It's not like the data is blurry and this makes it a little sharper by taking out the TLS. No, it's still ciphertext. If you're going in and looking for the character string password and it's encrypted, 1 or 5 times, you're not going to see password under there. Right? It doesn't look, it's not like pull away TLS and now you'll see the P and the D and the size of the word. No. That's not how encryption works. Come on, give me a break. So these intercept proxies are useless from my perspective because attackers are doing double encryption. But even if they do double encryption, we can a lot of times leverage the size. Now, like I said, one of the new things I think attackers are going to start doing is varying the session size. And if they do that, this technique goes out the window. We can't use it. So this may not work 100% of the time, but right now, for me, I'm seeing it work 99% of the time. So it's worth going through and doing. Because think about this. So if we look at our biggest activation here, right? So here's our session size down here. Let's call this 300 bytes, just to round it off at a number. What can you do in 300 bytes? Not much. List some files in a directory, look at some processes owned by a particular user. So let's say we have this data and our boss comes to us and say, hey, did they get access to the customer database? Because, that's kind of a big thing, right? If they got access to the customer database, we may need to disclose, hey, sorry, customers, we did a bad thing and someone got in and got access to all your private information. We may be required to disclose that. So that's going to be top of mind for our boss and our boss's boss and his boss's 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 boss, right? Is did they get to the customer data? If we have this, we can look them straight in the eye and say no. Why? Well, because 300 bytes was the largest data transfer that took place over the C2 session, which means if we have a 100 meg database for our customer information, they didn't get that database. Now, if the biggest data transfer was 100 megs, Oh, yeah, they may have gotten the customer database. Now we're not quite as sure, right? Yeah, they may have actually gotten a copy of the customer database. We're going to have a real, not only we're going to have a bad day, we're going to have a really bad year now. So again, analyzing the session size, number one, can help us figure out when these are beacons, but number two can also help us figure out what type of activation is taking place. Detecting with jitter. So one of the things you may have noticed is I was showing you a couple of graphs of some jittered traffic, but when we looked at it in 1 hour chunks, it kind of normalized out the jitter. In other words, let's say I'm beaconing once per minute plus or minus 50%. Well, that means my dwell time might be as short as 30 seconds, might be as long as 90 seconds. Well, I'm probably going to pick 30 seconds about as often as I'm going to pick 90 seconds, right? Which means those two are going to cancel each other out and average to 60 seconds. So if I'm taking my sessions and putting them into larger buckets, like 1 hour buckets, 2 hour buckets, a lot of that jitter just normalizes itself out naturally. So it makes it a whole lot easier to go through and detect it. Again, this is one of the reasons why we want to work with like 24 hours worth of data. One of the things that kind of frightened me when I started looking at some of the C2 tools out there is a lot of them are only working with about 15 minutes worth of context, and that's it, or 20 minutes worth of context. 20 minutes isn't much. Again, sunburst every 15 minutes, plus or minus 90 seconds. Well, if you're only looking at 20 minutes of data at any given time, that means you're going to see one, maybe two data points out of sunburst. That's not enough to figure out this connection persistency there. But 24 hours, oh yeah, this now becomes a whole lot easier. Now, business need can sometimes be subjective. For example, here I have an internal system connecting to an external system, and the user looked up client.teamviewer.com when it made this connection. In other words, this target is a system run by teamviewer.com. Is there a business need for this? Yes or no? Well, it depends, right? It depends on, do we know TeamViewer is running on this system? If so, there may be a business need for this. If not, yeah, no, this is a problem. And this is one of the reasons why you can't fully automate threat hunting. You can definitely optimize a lot of the processes. You know, I talked about having things run through cron that you can automatically parse data for you. But at the end of the day, you still need a human. Right. I mentioned one of my best tools for figuring out is there a business need is the purchasing group. Well, my purchasing group doesn't have an API interface, right? I can't make a software call to see if this is a valid vendor or not. I need to go talk to a human being. That means my computer needs me to go interact with another human being to solve this problem. So, you know, with threat hunting, there needs to be a human. There are some things the software can't solve for us, and this is a great example. I've been on hunts where we've gone into the customer and we've said, hey, do you have TeamViewer running on your servers? And they said, yes, we have TeamViewer running on, I think it was these 3 servers here. And we went in and we analyzed the environment. We found TeamViewer on like 15 different systems. Well, that means in 3 or 4 cases, TeamViewer, good. But in 11 cases, TeamViewer, bad. How did it get there? But it's the same type of connectivity. So that context of whether there's a business need or not, a human sometimes needs to be able to be the one figuring that out. Can I get false positives? Well, sort of, right? Again, I see this system beaconing out on a regular basis to here. Is that a persistent connection? Yes, it is, absolutely. Is it a false positive? Well, it depends, right? We said it depends. Do we know and expect it to be running on that host? If so, this is fine. If not, this is bad. So context really matters. So yeah, you can get things where it's a persistent connection and there's a business need behind it. Absolutely, but that's still a persistent connection. That still needs to be understood that that's in your environment, and someone needs to kind of bless it and say, yeah, this is okay for this to take place because there is a business need behind it. Yep, you're absolutely right, Damar. Yep, it depends. All right. So we've identified connection persistency. We can't identify a business need. What do we do next? Next, we get into things like protocol analysis. So is this a well-known port or application that we just don't expect to see, you don't want to see running our environment, right? Like remote desktop software. We don't want to see that going out across our perimeter. Is that's what's taking place here? If so, yeah, that's something that's definitely worth going in and paying attention to. Unknown app on a standard port. What do I mean by that? I don't mean, hey, we're going to have SSH run on a non-standard port so that all the script kiddies don't fill up our logs all day long. I do not mean that. That's fine if you want to go through and do that. What I'm talking about is, hey, it's going to TCP port 443. That is the well-known port for HTTPS. The way HTTPS works is the client sends its SSL client hello, the server sends its SSL client hello, and then it sends its digital certificate, and that's how every session should start across HTTPS, which is TCP port 443 is the well-known port for that. So I expect to see that all the time. What if I don't see that? What if the connection does the 3-packet handshake and then I see what looks like encrypted data just automatically start flowing? Well, that's not HTTPS. That's something else. Somebody is tunneling stuff through that port. Some attacker has probably figured, hey, that port is normally encrypted, so you're probably not even going to look at it. And if you do, so long as the data looks scrambled, you're not going to think twice about it. So I'm just going to encrypt the data and throw it through that port. Right? Or it's going to TCP port 80, which should be HTTP, which means it should all be in clear text, but it's all encrypted. Yeah, okay. So no, that's some other something is using that well-known port for some different application. That's something you need to go in and pay attention to. And one of the nice things about Zeek is Zeek will go through and decode a lot of these different applications for you. They're up to about 55, 56 different applications they recognize. So for example, one of the things I can ask Zeek is print out the service that was being used in that connection. And it'll print out this information here. So here it recognized it as being HTTP. Here it says, I don't know what that was. So even though that was going to TCP port 80, which is the well-known port for HTTP, it's saying, yeah, I don't know what that was. I did not see the things that are normally associated with an HTTP connection. I didn't see a URI. I didn't see a user agent string. I didn't see the host parameter. I didn't see the referrer field. I didn't see all that good stuff that's normally part of HTTP. Something else was going on. Okay, we may want to go in and take a deeper dive at that connection. Unexpected protocol use. In other words, it's the right protocol on the right port, but they're kind of bending the communication rules a little bit. This is how C2 over DNS works. So for example, we talked about one of the things to look for is too many fully qualified domain names that are associated with a remote domain. Well, how many fully qualified domain names should a domain have? Depends, right? For most environments, it's going to be 10 or less. You're probably going to have a web server, a mail server, a couple of DNS servers, maybe a customer portal. Hey, look, we're still counting fingers on one hand. We haven't even made it on the second hand yet. So for most environments, it's going to be like 10 or less. And then you get into these bigger environments, and yeah, you might actually see a couple hundred, but you should never see in the thousands. And for ones you don't recognize, you certainly shouldn't see things in the hundreds. So that's one of our ways we can go through and detect C2 over DNS is just simply look for where are we querying a lot of resources and don't actually seem to be using them. I'll give you an example. So this command is basically going through and it's looking at the DNS query name field. So it's looking at what DNS queries went by on the network. And it's sorting them out and it's counting up how many unique fully qualified domain names did we see as part of each domain. Well, this one here, r-1x.com, we queried 62,000 plus unique resources within that domain. Does that make sense that a domain that we've never heard of before is going to have, 62,000 servers we could possibly access? No, right? Microsoft, Amazon, yeah, again, I could see that in the hundreds. Akamai, same type of thing. Might see that in the hundreds, but 62,000? No, that makes no sense. This is how we tag C2 over DNS. Go in and look for that way it's bending that protocol. How does that script work? I went through and documented it here, although quite honestly, there's easier ways to find this, and we're going to go through and do that in the lab in just a little bit. Let's see, C2 over DNS. Yeah, okay. Yep, that's the same thing. Are there any other checks we could do for stuff like this? Yeah, we could actually look at utilization. So let me give you an example. So here is akadns.net. We resolved 125 unique resources within akadns.net. Well, akadns.net is Akamai. Akamai is the biggest content delivery network in the world. So the fact that we resolved 125 servers in their domain, that doesn't surprise me. That's actually going to be fairly typical. But more importantly, I had 13 additional internal systems connect up multiple times to one or more of these 125 hosts. In other words, this is DNS working the way we expect DNS to work, right? Somebody typed a name in their browser, DNS went out and resolved that to an IP address. That system then went and connected to that IP address. So that's what we see taking place here. If I break down r-1x.com and look for utilization, one of the things I notice is that even though we resolved 62,000 resource records, the only system that ever connected there is the DNS server doing the queries. In other words, we resolved all those resources, but none of our users needed to access any of those resources. Well, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense, right? I wouldn't expect that to take place. This is another example of they're not breaking the DNS rules, but they're bending them. You know, it's exhibiting a different behavior than what you would normally see within your environment. Looking for odd user agent strings. So what's this script do? What's this command do? So I'm looking at http.log. This is where Zeek stores all of the HTTP information that it sees on the network. And I'm telling Zcud I want to pull out the source and destination IP address and the user agent string. The user agent string is that unique string that's used over HTTP for the client to identify itself. I then used a grep command to just focus in on a specific internal IP address. I sorted it, and then I used the unique command. The unique command is going to allow me to go through and summarize how, for every IP pair, what did I see for a user agent string? If I saw those IP pairs talking to each other 10 times using the same user agent string, I don't need to see it 10 times. I only need to see it once. I just want to record every instance of a pair and what user agent string it was using. And then I'm going to extract out the user agent string information. So what this data is telling me is that my internal system, 10.0.2.15, for 15 different IP addresses out on the internet, this is the user agent string it used to identify itself. For 12 different IP addresses out on the internet, this is the user agent string it used to identify itself. But with one specific IP address out on the internet, this is the user agent string it used to identify itself. Oh, wait a minute. This string, if I run down, what's the string associated with? It's associated with Windows 10. This string is associated with Windows 10. This is Windows 7? No, it doesn't change its operating system, right? Something's weird here. Now, maybe somebody's running a Windows 7 VM. That's possible, but it's unlikely, right? Malware likes to use a specific user agent string when it calls home, which allows it to identify itself. In other words, the web server or the command and control server, if it sees some other user agent string besides this, it just acts like a normal web server. When it sees this user agent string specifically, it says, you're a compromised system calling home. Let me give you your marching orders. But this uniqueness is something we can go in and look for. We can do the same thing with HTTPS using JA3 hashes. JA3 is a hash of that SSL client hello that we talked about. So if I'm a Windows system, Linux system, doesn't matter what I am, the information I put my SSL client hello is going to be the same every single time, unless something changes, like I switch to using a different browser, or if it's malware calling out. So the same way I could go in here and look at the user agent strings, I could go in and look for similar patterns within the hashes to look for the same type of thing. And there's all sorts of other information we can pull up about that destination IP address, to try and help this run down. We talked about we had a system that was running the broker agent, and it was calling out to DigitalOcean. And we said, well, wait a minute, that's a Windows built-in utility. So I don't expect it to talk on the network, but if it did call out to the internet, I would expect it to be calling home to Microsoft. It shouldn't be calling out to anybody else. So the fact that it was going to DigitalOcean instead of Microsoft, oh, that was one of the little things we could say is really odd about this connection. So going in, looking at that information, may help us kind of run this down as well. You can check threat intel. Not that useful from my perspective, but I gave you a couple of possibilities in case you want to use it. And for the internal system, it really depends on what you have available. So I'm going to kind of leave that one open for now because every environment records things differently. But if you've got internal logging, definitely go in and use that. And one of the things you can leverage is something like Sysmon. So Sysmon will allow you to go in and identify what applications are talking on the network, where are they calling out to, what ports are they using. And again, I can tie that in with my network traffic. So Beaker basically takes this Sysmon data, puts it in a database and makes it searchable. So I can go in and say, oh, when this IP address connected to that IP address out on the internet, and it's doing it on a very regular basis, Notepad is the binary that's running on the Windows system to make that connection. Oh, okay, good, it's just Notepad. Oh, no, wait. Notepad doesn't talk on the network. That should not be happening. This is something we need to be concerned about. But I have no system logs. Well, you may want to get some. And what next? Now we need to figure out, is this connection okay? Is it potentially compromised or an indication of compromise? Or do we need to collect more data to be able to figure out one of those two? All right. And with that said, let's take a break. When we come back, we'll talk about some tools real quick, and then we'll jump into doing the labs. So I'll see everybody in about 10 minutes. 10 minutes after the top of the hour, we'll jump back in again. All right, we are back. So let's talk a little bit about tools. First tool we'll talk about, TCP dump. So one of the things we need to decide is, we talked about collecting 24 hours worth of data. What kind of data do we want to capture? Usually you do PCAPs. And if you want to capture PCAPs, TCP dumps are a great tool for doing that. But the other possibility is Zeek. One of the things I like about using Zeek instead of PCAPs is you get all the information we typically care about as security people, but it takes about 1/20th the storage. And that can matter a lot. So imagine you have a fixed amount of storage for storing data that you collect off of your network. And let's say if you store PCAPs, you can store 5 days worth of data and that's it before you have to purge it, make room for the new data coming in. Well, that's only 5 days. That doesn't give you much to work with. If you're using Zeek instead, you could keep 100 days worth of data in that same amount of storage. Oh, that's a whole lot better, right? So I used to do everything with PCAPs, but I've kind of moved on to using Zeek for a lot of this stuff. But anytime you need to do a full analysis, it really does help to kind of have a PCAP to be able to work with. TCP dump's a great tool because it's lightweight. It's supported on all platforms. There's WinDump on the Windows side. It works kind of universal. So you can get it anywhere. If you want to use it to go through and capture packets off of the network, here's a little script we can go through and use. Thank you to Mr. Bill Stearns. The one thing you might want to change is the interface, right? The network might be connected to a different interface besides ETH0. But this will go through, this will capture packets, and then every hour, it'll write it out with the date timestamp and then compress it to try and minimize the amount of space it takes up. CapInfos is a great tool when you want to go through and you're working with PCAPs that you're going to go through and analyze. So for example, excuse me. So for example, let's say we want to go in and look for long connections. Well, if our PCAP is only 10 minutes long, it's not worth going in and looking for long connections, right? If I say capinfo space and then the name of the PCAP file, it spits out a ton of useful information about what's going on in that PCAP. But if I use the command line switch AEU, that'll print out the duration of the capture. When did it start? When did it finish? And this is usually the information that we're interested in as part of doing our hunt. So again, I can see 86,291 seconds were captured here. 86,400 seconds is a full 24 hours. So this capture file is just short of being a full 24-hour period of time. And somebody's having to print out all their connections. Okay. T-Shark is an alternative to using TCP dump. T-Shark is the command line version of Wireshark, if you will. So the display filters work the same way, but it's command line based, so it tends to use up less resources. It still has a problem where in order to process a PCAP, it's going to load the whole PCAP into memory first. That can be problematic, especially when you start talking about we want to work with like 24 hours worth of data. Well, if I've got a 50 gig PCAP file that I'm working with, and I don't have 50 gigs of RAM on my system, guess what? I'm going to be doing an awful lot of swapping. But one of the things that's really cool about TCP with T-Shark versus TCP dump is I can, like I was showing you with Zeek, I can print out specific fields. So for example, if I say dash capital T fields, dash lowercase e, the display filter for what I want to take a look at, it'll only print out that field for every single packet that it sees it in. This can be super useful. So if there's only specific pieces of information I want to zoom in on, this may be a way to go through and do that. Here's another example. Here I'm printing out the user agent string. And then I'm saying, yeah, only show me traffic going to port 80, sort it, unique see it. Unique says only print out one line entry. Dash C says count how many entries you saw. So it's just counting up how many times did it see each of these listed user agent strings. Wireshark, I think most people are familiar with this tool. This tends to be the tool that most people fall back on when they want to go in and do a packet analysis. Wireshark to me is good when there's a specific session I want to get in and take a look at. It's not as good when you have, let's say, a large PCAP file and you want to go see, is there anything in here that's interesting? It's very cumbersome. It's very time consuming. Not my first choice. But if I'm down to, hey, just sessions between these two IP addresses are interesting, pulling out Wireshark may help go through and do the analysis on that. And then the Zeek. Zeek is kind of my tool for choice for threat hunting because, as I said, it's very storage efficient. It gives us all the information that we care about from a security perspective. It gives us things that we definitely need as part of our hunts, like things like the duration time and stuff like that. You can do a lot of really cool stuff with Zeek. And like I said, I can leverage Zeek Cut. Now, Zeek can store files in two different formats, CSV, and it can store it as a JSON format. If you store in JSON format, you're kind of hosed. There's not a whole lot you can do to manipulate that data. There's some tools you can use, but they're a pain in the backside. I greatly prefer to store in CSV format because I can use Zcut to go in and kind of play around with it and work with it this way. And as we said, with Zcut, I can go in and I can pull out certain fields. So for example, one of the things you can have Zeek do is you can tell Zeek, I want you to validate every digital certificate you see. So now if I'm running down a session, right, if I'm seeing something that looks suspicious, or I'm seeing something, let's say I see something that looks like it's going to a Microsoft site. One of the things I might want to know is, hey, that digital certificate that looks like a Microsoft digital certificate, is it a valid certificate? Well, I could validate that at the command line using a tool like OpenSSL, or I can just tell Zeek to go in and do that verification for me. So what I'm doing here is I'm going through and I'm saying, print out the validation status. And anytime that status includes the character string self-signed, I want to see those digital certificates. And you can see that prints out, my 192.168.88.2 server here obviously has a self-signed digital certificate on it. The other thing that's kind of nice about Zcut is if I use -D, I can change the timestamp format. So this is epoch. So this is how many seconds have gone by since January 1st, 1970. This is how most Unix systems keep time. It's just hard to read as a human though, right? If I use the -D switch, I can print this out in a format that's more human readable. So this is telling me that this first packet was seen, February 23rd, 2022, right at midnight type of thing, UTC. Well, notice my first couple of packets are all listed as going out at that time till we get to here. Up here, I can see there's a lot more granularity to that. So if I need to be absolute in the time, I'm probably better off sticking with epoch. But for stuff that I need to have human readable, just use the -D switch. ngrep. This is a cool tool. So ngrep is like grep, but for the network. So with ngrep, I can go in and I can say, check all these packets that go by and look for this particular character string. Now, there's a couple of important switches with ngrep. The first is -Q. ngrep will check every packet it sees for whatever pattern you specify. If it checks a packet and the pattern's not in there, it'll print out a pound symbol. Well, here's the problem. What you're probably going to see is like you'll run ngrep and then all of a sudden, boom, your screen fills up with pound signs. And then you might actually detect the pattern you want to detect in a packet. It'll print that, but oh, too late to read it. It's already scrolled off the top of the screen because it's still busy printing out pound symbols. -Q says don't print out those pound symbols. It's good to use that just if you're trying to, let's say you're going in and you're telling it what pattern you want to match for and you want to make sure everything works. -Q is a good switch to use because that at least tells you, hey, look, it's running and it's actually checking things. But beyond that, you want to use -Q to make those pound symbols go away so that the only thing you're seeing is when things actually match. The other thing that's kind of unique is most tools use -r to read in a PCAP file. ngrep wants to use -I. -I for input, -O for output, whereas most tools use lowercase r and lowercase w. But here's an example of what that output looks like. So here I'm telling ngrep, don't print out pound symbols, read this PCAP file, look for the character string admin, and then print out the first 15 lines. So ngrep comes back and says, okay, I'm going to read this input file. I'm going to look for this character string. And hey, here I found a match. This was a TCP session coming from this source IP, this source port, going to this destination IP address, this target port. The ACK and the push flag was set. And in the body of it, I found this GET request, and it included, here's admin right here. Here's that character string you were looking for. Here's 404 not found. So here was the server responding back saying, hey, that URI you were looking for wasn't there. And that URI included that admin string, right? Over here. Here was the requested URL, and it didn't exist on this system. So this will show me anytime that shows up inside of the packet. Kind of cool. Data mash. I've talked about this already. So there's a lot of functionality that data mash has that we're not going to get into as part of this class. But I will say you can do some really, really cool stuff with data mash. I use that. This is a standard part of my threat hunting toolkit because you can do so many cool things with it. One of which we already did, which was add up values, within some output. This is super useful for going in and looking for things like cumulative time. The tool I like to use for threat hunting, though, is Rita. So Rita is an open source tool. It's maintained by Active Countermeasures, the company I work for. This tool is designed to help you identify connection persistency on your network. So in other words, you had 1 million connections go out to the internet yesterday. Which ones were actually persistent? Which ones do you need to focus in on and make sure there's a business need for? That's what Rita is designed to go through and solve for you. So here's an example. So I'm saying, Rita, show me IP-based beacons and the data set named thunt-lab. So what you do with Rita is you import Zeek log files into it. So I would say Rita space, import space, whatever log files, wherever the log files are located, and then space, and then I give it some data set name. And then once I do that, I just address the data set anytime I want to go in and check it for certain things. So here I'm looking in that database to see are there any IP-based beacons, and here's the output I get out. This first value is your most important value. This is your score. This is where Rita goes in and says, how certain are you that this is connection persistency? Well, the scale is 0 to 1. So what I like to do is just move the decimal places 2 points to the right and call it a percentage. So here we're 100% certain that this IP address talking to that IP address, there was connection persistency there, and it's worth investigating. Here, we were 100% certain there was connection persistency. Here, we're 83.8% certain there's connection persistency. Here, we're 83.3% certain there's connection persistency. What's worth checking? For me, 0.8 and higher is worth running down. Now, there's a lot of that here in this particular file, obviously. This is a test environment where there was a lot of C2 running around. So yeah, there's a lot of things that scored pretty high. But normally anything 0.8 or higher, that's going to be worth your time to go in and investigate. The important values for you are that score, what's the percentage of persistency. The next field is the source IP. The next field after that is the destination IP address. The next field after that is how many connections we're seeing. So this source IP connected to that destination IP about a little over 20,000 times in this particular data set. The next field after that is how much data was transferred on average between these two systems. Sometimes that can be an important one, right? I said, 0.8 or higher, I'll investigate those. But if I find a 0.7 that's moving a lot of data, yeah, I'm going to want to go in and check that one too, just in case. All the rest of the numbers after that, don't worry about them. That's actually for the developers. So imagine you find a beacon on your network and Rita didn't do as good of a job detecting it as you think it should have. You could submit back to the developers and say, hey, this thing scored a 0.81 and I think it should have been 100, and here's the reader output for it. This tells the developers what was detected, what would it look like, and it gives them the ability to go in and do some tweaking. In fact, we're just about ready to release a new version of Rita where we've gone in and redone a lot of the math. Rita's become much better at detecting persistency and much better at weeding out things that are actually not persistent. That'll be coming out over the next couple of weeks or so. Another thing you can do with Rita, show exploded DNS, and this will print out how many fully qualified domain names were found in each of the domains that your DNS servers did a lookup in. So this one here, Simru, I always say that wrong, Simru.com. So this is a service where you can basically do a DNS lookup on a host that you want to see if there's, it's on a ban list. You can also send file hashes this way too. So it's not uncommon to see a lot of queries taking place in this domain. This is the number of unique queries. This is the number of actual queries. So there was 502 queries total sent to this domain. 227 unique queries were sent out of that 502. So a couple of things we looked up more than once. Passer is a pretty cool tool. So we talked about collecting data on your internal network, and sometimes that can be a pain. Passer is really good at this. So what Passer will do is just go through and make an inventory of what are your systems talking to? What do their fingerprints look like, right? Does this look like it's a Mac? Does it look like a Windows system? What ports look like they're open on it, right? If it sees somebody carrying on a conversation with one of your desktops, it knows that port must have been open on that desktop. It'll go through and it'll make a record of that for you. If it's talking to systems out on the internet, what ports is it talking to? It'll go through and make an inventory of that. So if you have no visibility of your internal network, Passer is a great way to go in and at least have something. And all it needs to do is see the traffic going in and out of the host, and that's it. It's all it needs to be able to go through and start collecting this type of information. We also have a tool called Threat Simulator. Threat Simulator allows you to simulate a beacon on your network. So, one of the things that comes up a lot is, hey, if one of our systems got compromised and a C2 server gets established back out to the internet, would we be able to detect that? Yes or no? Well, how do you test that? That's what this tool is for. So I can go in and I can run Beacon Simulator and I can target some IP address out on the internet and I can say, hey, send it to port 80 on that system and make a connection every 300 seconds, varying it plus or minus 10 seconds. And I want it to be a TCP connection and I want to vary the payload anywhere from 0 to 5,000 bytes. And now I set that up and I just let it run. Does the SOC detect that? Does the SOC figure out, hey, we got something that looks like a beacon? What's going on with that host? We may want to do a further investigation. If they can detect it, great. If they can't detect it, ooh, that's a problem. There's a hole in our perimeter. There's a hole in our posture. We need to fill that posture, that problem. Maybe we don't, in other words, maybe we don't have threat hunting in our entire internal environment. We can't sell our boss on it. This might be a way to do that. Hey, I ran this and nobody detected it. And this could have been a compromised system calling out. We need to start doing threat hunting to be able to catch stuff like this. All right. It is everybody's favorite time. It is lab time. So this is where we're going to go through. We're going to work with some of the data that's on that VM. And I'm going to have you go through and I'm going to have you solve certain problems. So here's how it's going to work. So first of all, here's the challenge I run into. I mentioned earlier, some people are like repeat offenders. They show up at this class every 3 months or so. JD50, we talked about, hey, he's back. That's awesome. We can do this class again. He's jumped in a bunch of times. Some folks, this is kind of old hat to them. Some folks, this is a brand new concept. And in fact, working at the command line at all is kind of a new concept. So how do you do a lab that doesn't bore people that have done it a lot, but not frustrate people who haven't done it yet at all? So this is the problem I've tried to solve. This is how I've structured the labs. If you think you have a better idea, please feel free to share it with me. I want to make this as appealing to as many as people as possible. So this is how these labs are going to work. First, I'm going to give you a problem, right? Here's something you need to solve. Hey, find find the 10 longest connections on the network, or whatever the problem happens to be. I'm going to give you some problem to go through and solve. If you're an old hat, use that and that only, and go in and try and solve that problem. If you read that and you say, okay, I kind of think I know what he means, but I'm not sure, the next slide after that is going to be the hint slide. The hint slide won't give you the answer, but what I try to do is at least point you in the right direction, right? If we're standing here, we could go north, south, east, or west. Which way should you go? Well, the hints might help guide you in a westerly direction, because that's the proper direction to go in. So that's what the hints are for. If you go through the problem slide and the hint slide and you still feel like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do, the next slide after that is the commands. These are the actual commands I think you need to run in the order you need to run them. Go in, copy, paste. What's that output look like? How does that answer solve that problem? Spend time kind of focusing in on that. So I've tried to build this for a number of different skill levels. All the labs are on the VM. You don't need network access for any of this stuff. There's one minor exception. In a section of the lab, I'm going to talk you through, hey, here's some third-party tools that might help you find out more information about that external IP. You could run that from the host system just as easily. Or you can just, for the purposes of doing the labs, identify that, oh, hey, that is a possibility if I ever want to do that, and then just don't do it as part of the labs. But, except for that, everything else in the labs can be done as part of, it can be done just within that VM itself. Can you SSH to the VM? Yes, you can. You can set up and it's a little bit past what we can get into as part of this, but you can set up an additional interface that listens for, let's say, port 22 connections on the local host, meaning your host system, and then just maps that into the VM. That's something I set up automatically, at least on the VirtualBox instance of this setup. And all the labs are going to be in the thunt/lab something directory. So here's where you're going to get started. Let me pull up an SSH session here. So when you log into the system, it should dump you here, home/thunt, because that's the name of the user we're using. But logging in is thunt. Password is the first letter of all your base or belong to us. So once you log in, you should see this. If I type ls, that'll show me everything I can see from here. And what I'm interested in first is this directory right here, lab 1. That's the one I want to go in and pay attention to. So I'm going to go to lab 1 directory. And now if I type ls again, there are all my files. So we're going to start here. So with my very first problem that I need to solve, this is the data I have to work with. So in some instances, I could say I'm going to work with the PCAP file. I could say I'm going to work with the Zeek log files instead. Sometimes that's part of the decision you need to make. Which one is going to do a better job of giving me the information I want? I'll give you a good example, long connections, right? In order to figure out long connections, I need duration time. Well, PCAPs don't store duration time. It stores the time each packet was seen, but it doesn't summarize how long each session went on for. Whereas Zeek does do that. We saw that there's that duration field. So if the problem I need to solve, which it will be for the first one, is long connections, that might be my best way to go through and solve that problem, is to work with the Zeek data. Okay. Am I meant to have the Zeek Week and Rita installs? Probably not. I actually kind of mess around with my version of the VM on occasion. I'm not even sure what's in Zeek Week. It's funny, I kind of noticed that in mine. That's weird. I'm not even sure where this came from. Okay. Yeah, you probably don't have that directory. If you don't worry about it. We don't need it as part of the labs. So here's your first lab. Go to that lab 1 directory I was just showing you. There's a PCAP and Zeek logs in there. Identify the 10 longest connections between a private IP address and a legal IP address. In other words, we want to look at the 10 longest connections going from our internal network to our external network. Once you figure that out, now look at the top 10 cumulative communication times between my internal network and the external network. So this is your first lab. I'm going to give you some time to go in and work on this. Any questions, go ahead and throw them in the Discord channel. I'm going to go on mute while you go through and work on this lab. Hey, so somebody asked, how long do we have to do this lab? So we used to do these over GoToMeeting. And one of the things I was able to monitor with GoToMeeting is how many people are actually paying attention to the session and how many people have gone off to do other things like check email or whatever the case may be. And I used to use that as a gauge. Is, once I started getting an overwhelming majority of people weren't paying attention anymore, I assume most people were done with the labs. It's time to move on. I don't get that with Zoom. So what I'm doing with Zoom is I kind of watch the chat channel. The more people I see chatting, the more I figure, okay, they must have been done with the labs. So I try to use that as a gauge. So I don't have a fixed amount of time to do each of these labs. Some of them are going to take you longer than others. I try to let the audience kind of drive how much time we're going to spend on each of those. So that's how that works. Also, if you get the answer, please don't immediately share it in the Discord channel. Give other folks time to go through and kind of solve it for themselves. So if you have a question, absolutely go ahead and throw that into the Discord channel. But if you think you have all the answers, you've got a copy of the slides. You could flip ahead and look at the answers and see if you got the right answers or not. Give everybody else a chance to catch up with you. All right, I'm going back on mute. Hey, so Midnight Freeze was saying, hey, it's not finding the zcut command for me. Um, Apologies, this was documented, but it's easy to miss. If you run the install script, so let's say you build your own, this doesn't apply to you if you downloaded the VM. If you downloaded the VM, you're fine. Ignore me right now. You can go back to doing the labs. But if you ran the install script, if you went in and you built your own Ubuntu system and then went in and ran the install script to pull in all the tools that you want, one of the things that Zeek does as part of the install is it adds itself to your environment variable, but it doesn't load it live. So that means that you can't find Zeek or any of the tools like Zcut unless you log out and then log back in again. So if you're in a terminal session, just exit the terminal session, open a new one, and you'll be fine. If you're SSHing in, exit out, SSH back in, and you'll be fine. So if you can't get the Zcut command to work, if your system's telling you I can't find that command, just log out and log back in, and you should be fine. All right, I'm going to go back on mute. So Skynet had a question. So pretty much if we follow these labs, it follows an actual hunt and should take us through all needed. About 85% of it, yeah. This is designed to be an intro class. So I'm throwing a lot of concepts at you as well as throwing in the lab time. I actually jump around a bit in the labs that we do. I'm more interested. I was more focused on exposing you to a bunch of techniques as opposed to making sure we were following the process order correctly every single time. I get into that more in the advanced class. So this is more to kind of give you a bunch of different possibilities, not necessarily give it to you in exactly the right order. I do that in the later class, but you will get like 85% of what you need. All right, going back on mute. Okay, let's talk about this one a little bit. So we wanted to go in and look for long connections. We wanted to look for cumulative, say that 10 times fast, geez, cumulative communication time. So the first thing, anytime we're looking at long connections, we want to go in and we want to look at how much data do we have to work with. So there's a couple of ways we could actually get that information. So the first is I could go in and I could say cat con.log. Let's see, where am I? I need to go down to the lab1 directory. There we go. Cat con.log. I could say zcut -d, and I want to print out the timestamp field, pump that through less, and that'll show me that this capture started. It's June 4th, 2020 at just about 7 o'clock with at 0 GMT. And then if I get all the way to the end and keep scrolling, or I can just get rid of the less command and then just let it scroll on its own. Yeah, we're about 24 hours later here, right? So that's one way I could get that. That's kind of a pain. The other thing I could do is I could use cap infos like we talked about before. And I can say AEU and then that trace file. And now that'll print out for me, hey, look, we got 86,398 seconds. Okay, so we're about 1.5 seconds shy of 24 hours. So for my long connections, I know anything that comes close to that 86,400, that's going to be, it was going on the entire time in my bcap file. Cool. So that's the first thing I can go through and do. Now I want to look for long connections. So I'm going to say cat con.log, and then I'm going to pipe that through zcut, and I'm going to say, I want to see, let's see, the source IP address, so id.rig_h. I want to see the destination IP address, id.resp_h, and I need a duration. How long did that connection go on for? So I'm going to go in and I'm going to look for that. I'm just going to pipe that through head just to show the first 10 lines of output. Yep, that's the type of data that we're in there we're looking for. Notice that the format gets a little weird with IPv6 versus IPv4. IPv4, it's all lined up nicely. IPv6, everything shifts over to the right. Yeah, it kind of makes sense because we're working with longer IP addresses, right? So I've got my duration. Now what do I want to do? Well, next, I want to sort it, but I don't want to sort it from left to right. I want to sort that third column. Remember? So I'm going to say -K3, sort on the third column, -RN, reverse sort, high, meaning highest to lowest, and treat it as a numeric value. And now I'm going to go in and I'm going to pump that through head. And when I do that, here are, now let me make this window a little bit bigger here so it's a little easier to read. But here are my 10 longest duration connections. Notice I have one that comes in at about 24 hours, and then everything else is like 4 minutes and less. It's way down in the ground noise. We said about 5.5 hours or more is what we want to pay attention to usually. 5.5 hours is about 20,000 seconds. So if we're seeing, you know, all of these are less than that 20,000 second range. All right. So that's that one. So the other thing we wanted to look at was we wanted to look at total duration, right? We wanted to look at cumulative time. So what do I want to do? Well, I still want to go through con.log. I still want to cut source and destination IP address along with the duration. The rest of the command's going to be a little bit different. First, what I want to do is I want to sort it. So anytime the source IP address and the destination IP address is the same, I want to make sure they go one right after the other. I don't want something like this where there's a different numeric value in the middle. So I want these two 246s to be right next to each other. Way to do that is to just go in and simply sort the data. Once I go in and sort the data, remember we said, actually, let me do this wrong. And I'll show you what it looks like wrong. And then we'll go in and we'll do it right. So let's say I forgot I got to remove stuff out of the way. I'm going to say data mash. And again, this is wrong. I'm doing this just to be able to show you what can go wrong. I'm telling data match anytime columns 1 and 2 match, some column 3. And then I'm going to say sort dash K3, sort on that third column, dash RN, reverse sort numeric value, and then pump it through head. Now notice what I got here. Invalid value on line 291. Now notice it started to print out some data, right? But we know this isn't right because, hey, look, up here, we had a single connection that was almost 24 hours. We don't see that here. What happened? And by the way, sometimes you'll actually get 10 lines of output, and it's easy to miss this. What's going on here? Data mash got 291 lines in, and it hit a duration that was a dash character, and then it just stopped and puked. It had already found two things and printed those out before it got to that. So how do we make sure we don't get that error? Well, the way to make sure we don't get that error is before we run data mash, we need to go in and we need to say grep dash v everything but dash e single quote my caret and then a $sign and then single quote. And that's how I express my blank lines. Then I can go in and I can say grep dash v those dash symbols. And that'll get rid of those. Now I'm going to go through and run this command. Now notice that error is gone. So here's my data. Now there's some things in this data that we probably don't care about. So for example, look at this. That's a multicast address. So that wasn't internal to external. That was a multicast that went off on the local network. So I can probably safely ignore that. This is a multicast. This is a multicast. This is a multicast. No, just that section there. That's a multicast. So I've got some multicasts in here. So if I wanted my top 10, I got two choices. One is I could write a grep filter to clear out all my multicast or broadcast traffic. For simplicity, I'm just going to say, well, let's look at 5 extra lines. And now we get some additional data in here to work with. Although quite honestly, we probably don't care because even looking at cumulative time, that's the only value that ends up longer than 20,000 seconds. So that's the one we'd want to go in and pay attention to. Hopefully that's making sense for everybody. Cool. So, yeah, so look for the top 10. So remember I said I'm going to give you the problem, which I did here, and then I'm going to give you hints, which I did here, and then I'm going to give you the commands, which I did here, and then we get into the answers. And I already kind of talked you through this part here. So this just goes in, says you got to work with the duration field, make sure you know how much time you're working with. We talked about that. Here's my longest unique connection using that command there. Here's my cumulative time. Now, it is top of the hour. We're going to take a break, but we identified there was a second connection in here of 4,000 seconds. It's not anywhere close to the 20,000, but I said, yeah, let's include that just for the sake of doing an additional investigation here. So we have 2 that we're going to go in and take a look at. Normally, I wouldn't look at that second one, but this is a lab, so we're going to include that in. We've got these external IPs. What are they? What I want you to do is kind of dig around and see what can you find out about these external IPs that we're talking to. One possible resource or 2 possible resources are these 2 third-party sites here. You can actually go out to the site, plug in that IP, see what comes back. So it is top of the hour. We're in the middle, halfway point for the class. So this is our 20-minute break. So we're going to go on break until 20 minutes after the top of the hour. And when we come back, I'll give you a couple of minutes and we'll go through and cover this one. This is actually a fairly quick lab. All right, I will talk to you all in about 20 minutes. All right, we are back. So like I said, let's use these 2 links to go through and investigate these 2 IP addresses to see what you can learn about them. I'll give you a couple minutes to go through that, and then we'll go through and we'll talk about it. Yes, I would hope we're not slamming threat crowd. It looks like something's wrong with the site itself. Um, this is typical of Cloudflare to basically say, hey, the problem's not ours. So it looks like threat crowd's not working for us right now. I think Alien Vault may have been sold recently, and maybe that has something to do with this. I'm not really sure. But we at least have the DigitalOcean, we at least have Abuse IPDB, seems to be working. So you can go in and you can work with that one if you want to. And, really it's just a matter of plugging in the IP address you want to use. Somebody mentioned that, it gets coded right into the URI. Yeah, so if we wanted to automate this, hey, there's one of the ways we can go about doing it. So let's kind of talk about these two a little bit. We'll just stick with thread IPDB for now. So what's this telling us? Well, that first IP address, if I go in and look at that, it's going to DigitalOcean. It's going to demo1.aihhosted.com. Huh, what's that? Well, one of the things we're trying to identify is there a business need? So one of the things we could do is see, okay, what's this website look like? Now, here's the problem. The problem is we said we don't want to leave any breadcrumbs, right? We don't want to leave any breadcrumbs that shows that we may be investigating this site, because that may tip off the attackers that, we may be onto them. So I would not do this from my network that I'm doing the threat hunt on. I would, bounce through a proxy someplace, use a VPN, come out from someplace else, and then go hit the website from an IP address that has nothing to do with my environment. Yeah, you're hitting their website, but for anybody who's run a website on the internet, people are banging away on websites all the time. So the fact that some IP address hit the homepage, you're not going to pay any attention to that. Now, if it came from an IP address of a subnet that you knew you just compromised, you might feel a little bit differently. So here we're touching the site, but so long as we're careful, I think we'd be okay with it. And again, the goal is to kind of identify, is there a business need for this? Well, if I go to aihhosted.com to see, okay, what is that domain? It redirects to Active Countermeasures. So now I can say, okay, is Active Countermeasures a business partner of ours? Hey, purchasing, have we paid the money for anything? I can go through and I can kind of run it down that way. Let's say in this case here, yep, this is a legitimate business partner. We know that one's okay. So we can say, yep, okay, that 167 address, this is all right for now. We're not going to worry about that one. That leaves this one, the 52 address. Well, this goes back to Microsoft.com. Now we need to be worried about this because of this section here. Microsoft, is a large company. They take security seriously. They lock down their own servers very well, but they also run Azure, which anybody can spin up VMs in. So if this is coming from some random host in Azure, we need to be worried. If it's actually coming from Microsoft, this might be, just Windows being Windows and calling home type of thing. Now, if I go in, so one of the things ThreatCrowd gives me that I like is it'll show me all the fully qualified domain names that have resolved to this IP address over time. And that'll usually give you like a 2-year history to see, has this been controlled by that entity over that period of time? If so, you're probably okay. If not, if it looks like it's bounced around because it's part of a cloud environment, yeah, I tend to get a little bit more nervous. IPDB also goes through and will identify, hey, what threats have been identified associated with this IP? But take these with a grain of salt. Hacker BJ. Ooh, yeah, there's a cool name, right? Their comment was DNS compromise, DNS poisoning, fraud orders, FTP brute force, phishing, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, no, I don't think so. In other words, this is just somebody who doesn't know what they're doing, clicking a bunch of boxes. This is saying they had one probe on an upper port number that's usually not associated with the service, and that was a port scan. Really? Maybe your TCP session timed out. right? Maybe your firewall forgot about that session. They were trying to respond to a connection that you had made to them, and you're labeling that as a port scan. One probe to one port does not a port scan make. So that's why I said, it's nice to have these reports, but take them with a grain of salt. Read between the lines. Does this person actually know what they're, looking at and what they're looking for here? Let's see, I can show you in the slides what the threat crowd one normally looks like. Oh, so here's one thing that's kind of cool to go through and do too, is we've got dns.log file, right? I can go in, let me show you that real quick. So my dns.log file has all of my DNS queries that took place. And more importantly, it'll show me what was being queried and what answer came back. Well, I can go through and I can say cat dns.log, pipe that through zcut, and I want to pull out, I believe it's query and answers, plural. And if I do that, oh, hey, look what I get. I get what was queried, and then what came back as an answer as part of that. So notice, there was a lookup for desktop-10 amac.local, and what came back was a IPv6 address and an IPv4 address. Well, cool. So now I can go in and I can say, okay, let me grep. Let's pull that second one in, 52.179.219.14. And I'm just going to pump that through unique. So I only see one instance of every type of answer that came by. And notice this is saying that it's going to array 503 production. A DSP server is typically a patching server within Microsoft.com was associated. So what was the user trying to get to when they went to that IP? This is what comes back. Now, if we let's try the first one. So if I look for that first IP address, 167.71.97.235, I get nothing back. I always get a little nervous when I can't find a DNS query associated with an IP address, except in the instances of long connections, because I'm working with 24 hours worth of data here. When we went in and we looked at the connection going to that IP address, we saw it was running a second and a half shy of 24 hours. That means that this connection started prior to the data set that we're working with. So yesterday there may have been a DNS lookup, and then that system connected to that connection. But that data is also already in an old data set. In other words, I might need to go back to not yesterday's data, but the day before, or the day before that, or the day before that to find the DNS query that actually started this whole thing. But going in and querying your DNS.log file, great way to start to go in and kind of look for information on this. So now I know the user was trying to get to Microsoft.com. And when I went in and did the investigation on that IP address, that ended up resolving back out to the same thing. Now, Threat Crowd, like I said, will also show you what's been associated with that IP address in the past. And this can be super useful. So for example, that 51 address 52 address that we were just working with, if I look through the history, that's always been something at Microsoft.com, well, except for this weird string. It truncates it. It doesn't show the whole thing queried. nsac.net, okay, but that's part of Microsoft. So Zor, yeah, that's part of Microsoft. Azure, yeah, that's part of Microsoft. So you can see this has been Microsoft control the whole time through. So we verified the first IP address as a business partner. The second IP address looks like it's Microsoft. We looked and saw there's a DNS query going out for a Microsoft address. Is there anything else we can do to verify that connection? I'll give you a hint. Start with con.log, look at what service was being accessed, and see if there's a service log with any additional information that might help you go through and resolve this one out. So I'm going to give you a couple of minutes to work through this one, and then we'll go through, we'll talk about it. I'm going to go on mute while you're doing the lab. Okay. Let's talk about this one a little bit. So we wanted to see, was there any other way we could verify that 52 address based on what was going on at the application layer? So I'm going to say less space dash capital S con.log, right? Let me show you another little trick with this one, right? So I'm in con.log. Let's say I want to search for that 52 IP address. I'm going to hit the / key and I'm going to type in 52.179.219.14. And when I hit enter, it'll jump right to the first match. If I pull up the / again and don't type anything and just hit enter, it'll jump to the next time it matches. So this is a quick way to be able to use less to view a file and then quickly search through that, or use like a find command in that file to find what you're looking for. So this top line is the entry that we're looking for here. So it looks like this is TCP 443 traffic, and it's SSL related. Let me jump again. Oh, TCP SSL, TCP SSL. So it looks like we're doing a lot of SSL communications with that particular IP address. Cool. Well, anytime the application layer is understood, Zeek creates a log file for that. So I'm going to hit Q to quit and type in ls to list out files. I should find an ssl.log file. Here we go. Now note, this doesn't mean it's SSL. This stores both SSL and TLS in the same log file. It's just we used SSL before TLS, so that's how it ended up getting that name. So I'm going to say less space dash capital S SSL.log file. There's that log file. Now I could search for that 52, well, actually, yeah, 52 address again, but I can see it's right here. So this line has that entry into it already. So if I start scrolling over to the right, so I get to see source IP, source port, destination IP address, destination port. I get to see what was used to protect the data, TLS version 1.2. What was actually negotiated is shown right here, AES 256. And then this is the server name that was on that digital certificate. Now, it's kind of mixed in with everything. Is there an easier way for me to go through and do that? Yeah, I can say I want to cat the con.log file. I want to cut out the destination IP address and the name of the server using this digital certificate. And then I can grep for that destination IP address. And then I'm just piping it through unique saying, hey, I only need to see one entry. And when I run that, that makes it real easy for me to read what was this issued to. Well, if I go back and check, if I grep for this IP address and my DNS.log file, oh, yeah, no, I should have. Let's keep this clean. All right, so I'm going to cat my DNS.log file, and then I'm going to go through and I'm going to say, hey, zcut query. We have those days where just like spelling is much harder than it should be. I'm having one of those days today. So here we'll copy paste when we can get away with it. All right, so the user or the software on this user's system was trying to get to this fully qualified domain name. That's what sent them to this IP address. That's what's in our DNS.log file. Our SSL log file is telling us that IP address had this server name associated with the digital certificate that was sent back. And you can see these match. The fact that they match, we're in really good shape. The only thing left to do now would be to validate that digital certificate. Now, Zeek will normally do that by default. There's a status field and it'll list it as okay. I have that shut off so that it's not going out and checking digital certificates while we're doing the labs. But normally Zeek will go through and do that for you. So DNS matches the server name, the digital certificate validates. Yeah, this is definitely a Microsoft connection. We don't need to worry about that. We got jokes going off. Do a couple of jumping jacks to wake up your brain, Chris. Yeah, really. Something. Go chase around my Siamese cat who's still meowing at me. So yeah, so we went through and we saw in the con.log file, SSL was the application layer. So that allowed us to jump into the SSL.log file and find that, yep, the server name matched. You know, the switches here, the command I used at the command line in the slides is slightly different than what I just showed you live. You can use either one. Either the one of those works fine. So what have you learned? Well, if I can match the DNS name with the digital certificate, the digital certificate validates, we're 99% certain we're in pretty good shape. Well, wait a minute, Chris, why only 99%? Well, because the digital certificates. You know, if you, yeah, I don't want to go down the whole rabbit hole of how digital certificates work, but a lot of it is verified by math, but some of it comes down to how much do you really trust the person responsible for issuing digital certificates. We have had certificate authorities compromised in the past and had digital certificates issued to third parties that would allow them to look like they were somebody else, or allow them to digitally sign software as if they were somebody else. It can happen. Thus, the only 99% certain. But for our intents and purposes here, yeah, that's enough. All right. So that's long connections. Now let's go in and look for beacons. Now we said beacon detection's hard, right? Because what do? If we've got raw data to work with, if we have like the PCAPs or the Zeek data, what do we need to do? Well, we could go in and we could count how many connections take place, right? And say, hey, anything over some random number like 2000, it will investigate as a beacon. But that means any slow beacons, we're going to miss them. We could go in and do the analysis based on session size, and that'll work unless they're varying the amount of data in the session size. I thought it shows you that threat simulator tool. You can randomly pad anywhere from 0 bytes to, in the command I gave you, 5,000 bytes. You could do more if you wanted to, but that's going to change the size of the session every time. So if somebody's doing something like that, you won't be able to detect it. How do you catch this stuff? This is where Rita comes in. Rita makes this so much easier than trying to go in and do it yourself manually, that it's like not even worth trying to do it manually. Just go ahead and use Rita. So try this command. Do Rita, and then just say, pump that through less. And then when you hit enter, here's all the Rita help files. Of the help information. So Rita is looking for evil needles in big haystacks. I love that description. And then this gives you your usage. So Rita, any global options you want to do, the command you want to run, command options, argument, and it should say database at the end, and it doesn't, and it should. What's the current version? We're up to version 4.5, so this one's actually a little bit old. But then you get a list of all the commands you can run with Rita. So for example, if I'm looking for beacons, I'm going to say Rita, show beacons. Rita, show beacons-fqdn. Rita, show beacons-proxy. And then identify the data set that I want to go check it out in. Now the data set is already there. So one of the commands, let's play with this one now, list. So what I want you to do is just type in Rita space list. And when you do, this will list out all of the data sets that Rita knows about. So the data that's in this lab 1 directory, I just already went through for you and did a Rita space import space star.log, grab all these log files, and then name it lab 1. And I did that just to kind of save some time and to kind of keep people from doing a typo that would, you know, possibly cause problems taking place later. So here's what I want you to do. Here are our 3 beacon commands. Here's the data that's been imported. It's the lab 1 directory we're going to focus in on first. Here's the syntax for the command. So you say Rita, whatever command you want to run, space lab one because we're working with lab one first. And when you do that, it's going to spit out a bunch of data. So this is looking for long connections. Now, we're not going to go through and use Reader for that. We already did that manually, although normally I'd use this for it instead, but I wanted to be able to show you both methods. And here we're piping it through head. Here's our column titles at the top here. Actually, let me show you an alternate to that too. So I can say, Rita, show long, and I'm just typing L and then I'm hitting tab, and it's auto-completing the rest of the command for me. So Rita, show long connections, lab one, and now when I hit and pump that through head, and when I do that, I get comma separated output just like we show in the slide. Let me show you another option. I can go in and I can say, before I specify the data set, dash capital H. What does that do for me? Ooh, look at that. Isn't that a whole lot prettier and easier to read? So source IP, destination IP, all in columns nicely now. But here's my longest connection, and that's the one we ran across earlier. Notice Read is also printing out what TCP port was this talking to, and what application layer might have been detected on that port. Oh, that's kind of neat information to know too, right? Man, that dash H made my eyes smile. Yeah, I'm with you, dude. I'm with you. So the dash capital H is human readable format. So yeah, so this is how I would do that. So there's your example for using long connections. Here are your 3 show beacon commands. Guess what we're going to do for our first lab? We're going to use these 3 show beacon commands to go in and look to see, is there any beacons in the lab 1 data set? So anything scoring a 0.8 or higher, consider that a positive hit. Go in, give this one a shot. Any questions, concerns, just go ahead and throw them in the Discord channel. I'm going to give you a little bit to work through this one. All right, let's take a look at this one. So as challenging as I said it was to find beacons, Rita actually makes it pretty easy, right? So clear up my screen. So I'm going to say, Rita, show beacons. Let's start with proxy. And we're going to look for that in lab 1. And it comes back and says no results were found for lab 1. In other words, it didn't find any instances of there being a proxy on the network and somebody potentially beaconing traffic out through that proxy. So that data set, clear. So now let's try Rita, show beacons for fully qualified domain names in lab 1. And now I get a bunch of data. So I'm going to say, let's clean this up a little bit. I'm going to say dash capital H, and then we'll run that through less dash capital S. And let's see what we get. Well, our highest score is 0.62. We said we want to analyze anything that's 0.8 or higher. So that's well below that. So we don't need to worry about that. But even looking at where was it they were trying to go to, Microsoft.com. So yeah, we don't need to worry about that one at all. So that one, not a problem. Now I'm going to say, Rita, show beacons. And this time I'm going to look for IP-based beacons. And I'm going to say, look in the lab 1 data set. And we'll do the less space dash capital S again. And let's see what we get. So I saw somebody post they saw 2. That's correct. Here are 2 right here. So the first one is going to this destination IP address. There's 3,011 connections. Oh, that's a lot in the course of a day, right? So that one's definitely looking a little bit suspect to me. The second one, there was 72 connections that took place. So a little stealthier, maybe worth checking out, maybe not. I think I skipped it for this one, mostly because this one is actually kind of a Zeek problem. Long story short, Zeek uses timeouts that are too low. It's possible to have a long connection running that pauses between sending data, and Zeek mistakes that for being multiple sessions, even though it was just one. There's a way to fix that by going in and tweaking the TCP timeout. That's something I get into more in the advanced class. So this one we're going to kind of skip for now, but yeah, this one definitely worth going in and paying attention to. Someone was asking about, hey, these other fields, interval range, size range, blah, blah, blah. What's all that? That's better left to the developers. This allows them to have kind of breakpoints in the math to kind of figure out what was it was actually seeing, why did it score it the way it did. I'm not going to try and pretend I understand what all those values are. Like I said, what I tend to focus on personally is just this information right here. What's the score? What's the source and destination IP address? How many connections took place? And what's the average number of bytes that are going back and forth? What was the last command I typed? The last command I typed was this one here. And actually, I don't even think I need the less dash S. Right? Oh yeah, no, I do. Yep. So the last command I typed, Rita space show beacon space dash capital H space lab 1. Pipe that through less space dash capital S. That's what gave me that pretty little output there. So this first one here, that's the one we're going to have to pay it some more attention to. So covered all this in the slides. Here are the different commands. Here was the, here was the fully qualified domain name. We talked about nothing high enough there, no proxies. Hey, we had 2 here. Is there another way we could kind of visualize this data? In other words, it's a numeric value. How do I know this is something that is actually useful to me? How do is there a way for me to kind of wrap my brain more around, is this actually a beacon or not? I'll cover that when we come back from break. So it's top of the hour. Let's take a break. 10 minutes past the top of the hour. We'll pick up from here and we'll keep going. I'll see everybody in about 10 minutes. All right, we are back. JD50, always hate to see you go. We'll catch you at the next one, dude. So when we left, we were talking about, okay, we got a raw number here. Is there a way to visualize this? Yeah, one of the nice things about kind of working with the command line is that you can go in and you can kind of, how I want to say this, you can visualize this in different ways. So for example, let me kind of take this one here. Yeah, okay, so I got it here. So for example, I have this little script I wrote up called beacon data. And all that does is it just takes all the connections, parses them out into different hours, and then prints out what hours they go to. So for example, here, this is saying that for that first hour, it saw 126 connections from this IP address to that IP. The next hour, 125, 126, all the way up to the last hour. Notice a pattern here? There's like about 126 connections taking place every hour, right? So our 104 IP address that scored so high here, and we said, yeah, 3,000 connections, this looks like a beacon. If we kind of visualize that out and break out the connections by hour and look at them that way, it's real easy to see there's persistency of connection here, right? This is definitely someone is in very regular contact. It looks like there's a little bit of jitter here because sometimes it's 125, sometimes it's 127. We got a 118 here. There's a little bit of jitter taking place, but this is definitely persistency of connection. So yeah, there's different ways you can go through and kind of parse this data out. And that's something I get into more with like the advanced class. So we had 2 IP addresses that were worth investigating. So let's go through and let's look at what's the traffic going by for one of these connections. So specifically, we're going to look at this connection pair here. So let's go in and take a look at the payloads for those. Now there's multiple tools we could use, right? We could use TCP dump, we could use T-Shark, but the tool I want you to use is ngrep. Let's go in and use that tool to see what can it show us about this connection pair when they're talking to each other. Couple of switches to keep in mind. Remember, dash capital I reads in the PCAP file. Dash Q stops all those annoying pound symbols from getting printed on the screen. So let me give you a couple of minutes to work through this one, and then we'll go through and we'll talk about it. All right. Let's talk about this one a little bit. So we said that first connection pair that was 3,000 plus beacons, right? We looked at that beacon data output, which, I apologize if that seems like a tease because, I mentioned in the Discord channel, it takes some time to really explain how to start building tools like that yourself. So it's something I get into more in the advanced class, but I wanted to show you that, you can actually write your own little scripts to change the way this data gets visualized if that helps you figure out what do you need to focus on and what you don't. And as you saw in that tool, it goes through and it just shows you, this is the connection pair. And this is something that you need to, this may be something you might want to go in and pay attention to. So, but with that connection pair, we wanted to go through and we wanted to look at what does ngrep show us about it. So I'm going to use the ngrep tool, ngrep, and I said, remember, we want to use -q so it doesn't print pound symbols all over the place. And we're going to say -i, we're going to read in a capture file. Well, the capture file in this directory is trace1.pcap. So we want to go in and read that. Now, there's a bunch of traffic in there. So we want to make sure we're only looking at the traffic that we care about. So we need to create a little filter to tell ngrep this is the traffic that we're interested in seeing. I can use the host parameter to identify a system that can either be the source or the destination IP address. So I'm going to say host 192.168.99.51. That was the first IP address. And then I'm going to say and host that external IP address 104.248.234.230. Did I get that right? 248, 234. Wow, what a confusing IP address. 238, that's right. Cool. And I'm just going to pump that through head. Okay, I can see it's working, right? When I ran it, it said, okay, I'm going to read that trace1 file as input. And the filter is, it's got to be this source IP address and that, it's going to be this IP address and that IP address. And this is the built-in filter. It's going to be IPv4, IPv6. Cool. All right, so I'm going to pump it through less instead of head, just so we can go through and see more data. So there's a GET request here for something in this directory that is this really long string of characters. That's a really weird URL, isn't it? That's kind of odd. Let's see, it's saying it's HTTP. The system, the client accepts texts and GIFs and images, and isn't that wonderful? Let's see, the user agent string is Windows 7. Oh, that doesn't seem odd at all, does it? It's still running Windows 7. This host parameter looks kind of odd. The host parameter should identify the fully qualified domain name that the person was trying to get to, and that doesn't do that here. It identifies an IP address. That's odd. That shouldn't be that way. So we've got that. Let me start spacing through. Oh, hey, look, it looks like we got the same data again. And then let's see. Got a response back from the server, closing the connection. That looks like the same data again. And then it looks like the same data again. And it looks like the same data again. Now, it kind of looks like maybe this is the same URI over and over again, but that's such a long string of characters, it's kind of hard to tell, right? Like if this C changed to a B, would we really notice skimming through it? Probably not. So we think it's the same URI each time, but would want to prove that before we actually made that assumption. But it's a really long, weird string, right? That this looks really odd to us. So clearly there's a little bit more investigation work that needs to be done here to kind of figure out what's going on. Yep, so here was the command I used, right? And the first time I piped it through head, the last time I piped it through less. And, there was some things in here that we thought were kind of odd. The fact that it did a GET request, that's not really odd. Most requests for URLs are GET requests. The server came back with 200 OK, which means, yeah, I am perfectly happy with that request you made of me, which is kind of odd. So that's kind of strange. Oh, Yeah, and so it did this big long URI, and the server is saying, handle that like a binary. Huh? That is a binary? Really? That's kind of odd. So I'm downloading a binary that doesn't have a normal binary extension to it. That makes me a little bit nervous. So let's try this one together. Rather than make this a lab, because I'm not going to try to get you to figure this out. See this command here? I want you to run this command exactly the way I've got it listed. What we're going to do is we're going to do an analysis of the user agent string that's being used. Can I slow down by like 12 picoseconds? Sure, I can. Absolutely. Yeah, I think we're doing okay on time. So we see this weird string. One of the things we talked about that looked odd was this user agent string, right? Windows 7, huh? And we said it's kind of unlikely we're running a Windows 7 system, but maybe we are. So one of the things we may want to look at is that for this source IP address, does it consistently use a Windows 7 user agent string? That's what this command is going to pull out for us. So I'm just going to start typing that command, and I will explain what I'm doing as I'm going. So we'll want to go looking for the user agent string. User agent string is part of the HTTP protocol. The HTTP protocol gets stored in the http.log file. Cool. So now I'm going to pipe that through zcut, and I'm going to say, I want to pull out the id.org_h, the source IP address. I also want to extract id.resp_h, the destination IP address. And I want to pull out user_agent, the user agent string. Cool. Then what I'm going to go through and do is I'm going to say grep 192.168.99.51. Okay, what am I doing there? I'm pulling out my internal private address. Why? What's that do for me? Well, let's look at the data. So I'm just going to hit enter. And notice what we got. Anytime that's the source IP address, it's showing me what destination IP address is it talking to. Actually, let me give it some options here. Or let's look at some options here. I'm going to pump it through unique just so it shows one line of each. So what this is showing me is every time my source IP address is talking to an IP address on the internet, what was the user agent string being used, right? Here's that 104 address that we're seeing the beacon traffic going to that's identifying itself as Windows 7. Well, we can see that it's also identifying itself as Windows 10 here and here. So why the multiple strings? And which one's more predominant? In other words, is it using Windows 7 most of the time, but it only used these for just these two IP addresses? How often does this particular user agent string get used? That's what we want to determine. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take this data, right? This output that we just looked at, and we're going to sort it. And all that's going to do is anytime the source IP address and the destination IP address is the same, it's just going to print those one line after another. And then we're going to run it through unique. And what that's going to do is if there's one connection to an external IP or there's 50, we're going to end up with only one connection. Because what I want to look at is for a given target IP address out on the internet, what user agent string am I using? And then I'm going to want to count up how many different target IP addresses did I use that same user agent string for? I'm looking for what user agent string do I use most frequently talking to various different IPs out on the internet. So when I run it through this, now it's going to go through and it's going to collapse things down based on the different target IP addresses, just like we see here. Okay, so I've got this data to work with. Now what I want to do? Well, now what I want to do is I want to count up how often am I seeing a specific user agent string used with different IP addresses? Well, I don't really need to maintain the source and destination IP addresses anymore, right? This is really the only data that I'm interested in. So I'm going to pipe that through cut space -F3. only keep track of that, excuse me, only keep track of this last field. And then I'm going to run it through sort again so that anytime the user agent string is the same, they end up one line after another. And then I'm going to say unique-c. Go ahead and count those up. So I got to pipe that through unique-c. Cool. Let's see what we get. Cut no such file or directory. I see what I did wrong. I've got a pipe here. Now what do we get? Well, now this is showing me all my user agent strings, along with how many different IP addresses did I use each user agent string here. One of the last things I can do to make this a little bit more readable is I can say sort-rn. Sort it highest to lowest based on the number of times it was used. So now I get to see this user agent string here. That was the most popular user agent string the system used. I used it talking to 29 different IP addresses out on the internet. This user agent string, this is my second most popular. I used that talking to 16 different IP addresses on the internet. This one I used 8 times. These last two I only used once. Now, if I look at this one, I'm identifying myself as Windows 10, Windows 10, Windows 10. This weird Windows 7 user agent string, it's only used once. The only time it's used is when I was talking to this one external IP and there was 3,000 plus connections that took place and had that weird URI string with it. So that to me says, yeah, no, this is not a legitimate user agent string. In fact, if all I saw was just this data, let's say we hadn't done any of the beacon research or anything else yet. Let's say the only thing I saw was this would set off red flags for me, because a majority of the time this system identifies itself as being Windows 10, but there's one system on the internet that it changes its operating system for. Now, there is a potential false positive for this. What if I'm running a Windows 7 VM? Could that do this? Yeah, it could. What's the likelihood of that? It's not very likely, right? So I don't think I'd freak out, but I'd definitely be very concerned if all I saw was just this. I'd still want to run down and look, is it persistent and all that other fun stuff. But like I said, you can tell just from this data, something weird's going on here. Something strange is taking place. How do we know that it's not some oddball Mozilla install specific to Windows 7? Good question. It could be. It could be one unique, well, so that's kind of what's going on here, right? This is one unique piece of software on that system that's identifying itself this way. But the fact that that's taking place, that's our cause for concern. Most environments use a standard build, right? Most environments, everybody's running Windows 10 and everybody's running Chrome. So I would expect everybody's user agent string to kind of look the same. Now you're going to get one-offs on occasion, right? Your boss, the CEO wanted to run a Mac. Great. They're the CEO. They want to run a Mac. They can run a Mac. No one's going to tell them no. Their user agent string is going to be different versus everybody else. So in that case, it's unique, but it's understandable because it's a different piece of hardware. Here we've got unique on a system that normally identifies itself in a completely different manner. That's a concern. That's something to be concerned about. We could check for the one-time software's business need. We could. Yep. So we could go in and, so next thing might be to figure out what application is actually using that user agent string. And is it something that there's a business need behind? My guess is not. Because I mean, think about it. Why would a legitimate application change the identification of the operating system itself? That's just kind of nonsensical to me. But we could go through and run that through if we wanted to. Okay, getting back into this. So yeah, you see this. We talked through why this looks kind of problematic. So we talked about that URL, right? And we said that URL is strange. Is that the only URL being sent? Is there a way to go in and check this real quick? Let me give you a couple of minutes to work through this one. I'll give you a hint. The same way you saw me start here, where I went in and I catted http.log and I used zcut to get the source and destination IP address. instead of the user agent string, we could pull out the URI, right? And then use grep to target only specific session set in order to be able to see, is that the same URI being sent over and over again? So let me give you a little bit to work through this one. Any questions, throw them into Discord. I'll give you a little bit to go through this one, and then we'll go through and we'll cover it. Okay, so let's talk through this one a little bit. So we wanted to look at, is our system sending the same URL over and over and over again, right? Well, the URL is just a combination of the host it's going to plus the URI for the data that it's requesting. And within the Zeek file, I say less space dash capital A S http.log file, and then I go over and look at how is this string getting identified. Here's my column title here, URI. So if I go in and look for that URI, that should show it to me. So I'm going to say cat http.log, and then I'm going to pipe it through zcut, and I'm going to go through and I'm going to say, I want to see, oh, I don't know, id.rig_h, the source IP address, id.resp_h, destination IP address, and then the URI string. Cool. So that'll give me that link. Now, there might be other HTTP traffic in this http.log file. I want to make sure I'm only going to get to see the stuff that I actually care about. Now, I would normally grep for the source IP address and then pipe it through another grep for the destination IP address. But I know that, I know personally, not through anything we've talked about yet, that this is the only system that was talking to that external host. So as long as I put in that external IP, that's going to save me a little bit of typing, and that's going to show me just what I want to see. So let's see what we get at this point here. So now notice every line has source IP, destination IP, and it's got that big long URI string. Great. Now what do we want to do? Well, now let's sort it, right? We always want to sort, and then we want to unique see it. Actually, I got missing a pipe character there. Unique dash see it. So we're going to sort it. So anytime the source IP and destination IP is the same, which should be every line, and the string is the same, those will end up one line after another. We expect the source and destination IP address to always be the same because we're only looking at this one session. The URI might change. So if the URI does change, anytime it's the same, we want those line after line. That way we can use unique dash C to go through and count them up. And if I go through and I run that, that tells me 3011. Remember that number? We saw that in Rita. That's how many connections took place. 3011 instances of our internal IP talking to that external IP using this specific user string. In other words, this is the only data request that ever gets made. That's kind of odd, right? Because I mean, think about what happens when you browse the web, right? You go to a website and you click a link, and that URI changes every time. That's not what's happening here. 3011 times it's requesting the same URI. Oh, that is highly suspicious, right? Why are we trying to grab the same thing over and over again 3,000 plus times in a day? That is really suspicious to me. Now, how do we run this down? Well, there's a couple of things we could research. We could look up that user agent string. That might prove itself to be unique enough that it can help us identify what's actually going on here. For me, this string looks really interesting. That directory specification, I mean, we could try and match on this, but I don't think that's going to get us anywhere. This looks encoded to me. This looks like somebody's gone through and obfuscated some data, and they did it using, you know, something to make sure that we just can't read it in plain text. So I don't think that would actually give me anything. And that could change, right? If this is getting obfuscated, the way they obfuscate it is probably changing every time they compromise a new system. So I'm probably not going to get a match on that. But this looks real suspicious to me. So I'd probably start off Googling that string to see what I can come up with. And as a couple of folks mentioned, you know, you'll do, if you look that up, you find out, yeah, this is Fiesta. So that URI string repeating over and over again, that was another, you know, it's not breaking the protocol rules, but it's certainly very odd. And it's something worth going in and paying attention to. So 3011 requests, all are exactly the same. Google searching on this, we figure out it's Fiesta. I gave you a link down here in case you wanted to read more about that C2 channel. Okay, so we're going to stop Well, actually, no, before we stop. So far we've been looking for beacons, long connections. I mentioned earlier the other way to channel C2 is over DNS. How are we going to figure that one out? Hey, Rita, what do you analyze again? Oh, hey, look at this. Maybe that might be useful. Print DNS analysis, expose covert DNS channels. Oh, that might be worth investigating. Give that a shot for this lab 1 data set and see what you come up with. I'll give you a couple of minutes to go through this one. So this one should have been fairly easy. So I'm typing in Rita, show exploded DNS, -H to make it look pretty, and look in the lab 1 data set. And then I just said, pipe it through head 15, just to show 15 lines worth of output. You could pump it through less. You could do whatever you want with it at that point. But we're going to start at the very top to see, is there anything here we need to worry about? Now, remember, what's our criteria? Our criteria is anything with thousands of unique queries or things we don't recognize in the hundreds. Those are the ones that we kind of want to key in on. Okay, the first line, Microsoft. Oh, hey, we've all heard that domain name before, right? We know who they are. So if we saw a couple of hundred of these, it'd probably be okay. Well, we only saw 24 unique resource records. Okay, that's well below anything that we need to worry about here. So to answer the question, is there any C2 over DNS taking place on this network? The answer is no, because we would see a lot of unique queries to a domain we probably don't recognize. The very top domain we do recognize, and you can see all of these entries are some subdomain that's part of Microsoft. So yeah, no, there's nothing like that here that we need to be worried about. Cool. All right. So yep, walked you through that. Here's what that looked like. So let's do this. Let's go to the lab2 directory. So cd space .. /lab2. And when we do that, now we're in the lab2 directory. Cool. Now what I want you to do is this same DNS check, but do it using lab2 instead of lab1. So you can literally type in this exact same command, changing lab1 to say lab2. Give that a shot, see what you come up with. I'll give you a couple of minutes and then we'll talk about it. So there's a little more data to process this time, huh? Everything with dash capital H. Yeah, I agree. Who is honestimnotevil.com? Well, clearly that's not an evil domain, right? Because they're saying honest. So, you know, it must be true. What was the tool that took the original PCAP and split it out into the various log files? Was that Zeek? Correct. Zeek is the one that was being used to create all of these .log files. Seems legit. Yeah, sure it does. Okay. So We want to analyze looking for potential C2 over DNS within this lab 2 information. So we're going to say Rita, show exploded DNS, dash capital H, make it pretty. As said, always use dash capital H. And we're going to say the lab 2 data set. And now I'm going to pump that through less dash capital S, just so I can get more than a page screen if I need to. And we're going to go in and run that command. Now, what's this telling us? Well, I've got this domain at the very top, honestimnotevil.com. That's a domain I haven't heard of before. So I would expect to see maybe 10 or less unique resources queried within that domain, right? Well, if I look to the right, no, we queried over 2,000 unique resources within that domain that we've never heard of before. Well, that's weird, right? That makes me kind of concerned. We did 2,074 lookups in total. So every lookup we did was unique. That's kind of odd. Okay, what's this? Well, this is going through and showing me some of the resources that were queried within that domain. So this one in particular, queried 21 times. The next line after that, 21 times. So I'm just going to start kind of paging through a little bit. Notice this one, I've got a host within a subdomain of honestimnotevil.com. That's kind of weird. But notice a pattern here. This is kind of strange, right? Those are, in other words, I think of it this way. Would you name, you brought a new server online. Are you going to say to yourself, what do I name this server? I know, let me name it 9D10EA954D25 blah, 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 CCD5. That'll be an easy name for everybody to remember whenever they want to access this server, right? And no, no. So this definitely does not look like something that would have been created by an actual person, right? Something's odd here. There's a pattern here though, right? Anything stand out to you about that string? Someone says base 64, you're thinking the right way. What about this string? What about that string? What about all the characters here? See, MD5, up, I saw ETH got it, as did Red Hoser and a few others. Look at the characters that are being used. It's 0 through 9 and A through F. That's hex. So someone asked about, hey, can you decode this stuff? Yeah, actually, if you can figure out what the pattern is, you can. There's some tools out there that'll kind of help you figure out the pattern. And then once you've figured out the pattern, there's some tools you can use to extract that information and try and convert it into like ASCII or something that's a little bit easier to read. We're going down the advanced rabbit hole, and it's something that is time consuming to get into deeper. I do cover it in both the packet decode class as well as the advanced threat hunting class as a technique. But yeah, you can go in and kind of decode this stuff if you want to see what's going on there once you kind of figure out what's actually going on. So yeah, this is hex. They're clearly converting it to hex to obfuscate something. It's just a matter of figuring out what that something is. Okay. So yep, that was the command we used. That showed us that honestimnotevil.com, 2,000 plus unique resources. We said, yeah, that's way too high. We definitely got some sort of C2 over DNS that's taking place here. Now, I added this in just to kind of, is it like an informational thing? One of the things I've seen people say is that if there's C2 taking place over DNS, then they got to be using text records. So just look to see if there's a lot of text records going someplace and you'll be able to find it. And unfortunately, it's not that easy. If I go through this data that we're currently looking at, if I go in through dns.log, and I use zcut to cut out the query name and the query type, right? Actually, let me walk you through this. Yeah, we got time to do this before we go to break. Let me walk you through this one a little bit. Here we go. And you're welcome to follow along if you'd like. So I'm in that lab2 directory. I'm going to cat the dns.log file. I'm going to use zcut to extract out the Q type. Now there's two things I could go after. I could go after Q type or Q type underscore name. Q type will just give me the code. Q type name will give me the actual name. And then I'm going to go in and pull out query and try to spell it right. Wow, spelling should not be this hard. Okay, what's this going to give me for data? Well, now I'm seeing what was the record type and what was actually being queried. Cool. So now I'm going to go in and I'm going to say grep honest, I'm not evil. In other words, I want to make sure I only get DNS entries that are associated with this honestimnotevil.com domain. Then I'm going to say cut field 1. What does that do for me? Well, I printed out what was being queried, so I could use my grep command to make sure I'm only matching on entries that have honest, I'm not evil in them. But I don't care about the domain. I want to look at what type of queries were being done. So dash cut space dash F1 simply says cut out the first field. So what that's going to do is just print out what type of query was sent. Now I'm going to go through and I'm going to say, all right, I'm going to sort these and then unique see them. What's this telling me? This is telling me that if I'm under the mistaken impression that C2 over DNS must be using text records, I am wrong, because about a third of these entries also used CNAME records. About a third of these entries also used MX records. I've also seen DKIM used. I've also seen actually quad A queries for IPv6. I've seen those used as a covert channel as well. So you can't just go in and look for the DNS type and try and catch it that way. You got to go in and do this number of unique queries that I talked about. This is the only way that I'm aware of to make sure that you can go in and you can catch this consistently. All right. And with that said, let's take a break. So, believe it or not, another hour has gone by. A couple of folks mentioned like, wow, the class is going quick. Yeah, not just for you folks, it's going quick for me too. Once I get into the zone on this, it's just so much fun. It seems to just kind of blow by. But yeah, let's take a break. 10 minutes after the top of the hour, we'll pick up from here and keep going. I'll catch you then. All right. So somebody made the comment, so is this like everything to threat hunting? And, unfortunately, it's not. I've only got 6 hours to work with, which I know sounds like a lot, but I also noticed a lot of people commenting like, wow, we're already 5 hours through the class. That went quick. Yeah, it goes quick. What I've tried to do is show you different techniques, not necessarily string them together in an order that you'd normally use as part of a threat hunt, but at least in somewhat of a logical order as we're going through and doing these labs. I get more into like the process of this when I get into the advanced class, because I got more time to work with that. I got 16 hours to work with, and I usually assume people have already at least gone through this class, so this gives me a place to jump off of and get into things quicker. So yeah, that's just kind of the rundown on that. So let's see, we talked about this. We talked about C2 over DNS doesn't have to use text records. It can use a bunch of different record types. And we talked about this. We talked about, hey, if you look at this fully qualified domain name and you look at the host portion of it, that's hex characters. Somebody's encoded something there. And yeah, there are ways to go through and extract that out. And, again, my longer classes like the packet deco class I do this week. So that's a pay what you want class. So I think the minimum is $25 or $30 or something like that to attend the class. If you pay more, you get access to additional things like the CTF and stuff like that. But it gives me more time to be able to get into these types of things. All right, so we're looking at the Lab 2 stuff. We found C2 over DNS. Is there any beacons? Is there any long connections we need to worry about? go in and give that one a spin. So this should be fairly quick to go through and do. So I'll give you some time to work through this one. Any questions, just go ahead and throw it into the Discord channel. Okay. Seeing a lot of chatter. So I'm going to assume that everybody's had a chance to go through this one. This one was actually pretty quick. So I'm going to say, so we needed to check for long connections and beacons. We already checked for C2 over DNS, and that was a positive hit. We saw C2 running over DNS. So the next thing we wanted to go in and check for was long connections. So I'm going to go in and say, Rita, long connections. Why is that not? Oh, show long connections. That's it. Show long connections in lab 2. And there was nothing there. I say, Rita, show beacons, proxy, lab 2, nothing there. Rita, show beacons, FQDN, lab 2, nothing there. Rita, show beacons, lab 2. Oh, gotta spell it right. And nothing there. So the only thing we had here was the C2 over DNS. Well, then why do we check it, Chris? Because I wanted to give you one more chance to go through and get used to using these commands. Because I'm going to give you a take-home lab. I'm going to give you something that you can go through and do. So we're not going to cover it today, but I have slide material for it. There's a lab 3 directory. There's data in there. That's going to need to get analyzed as well. I want you to do that after the fact, and I'll talk about that more in just a little bit. By the way, in case you're unfamiliar with Linux, one of the things that you get is you get a history of everything that's there. So let's say I'm going to log out of my session here, right? And now I'm going to log back in again. So I've just logged back in. If I hit my up arrow, here are all the commands that I've typed so far. So if you get through these and you forget what commands you've typed, you've got them all right here. Where does it store all this stuff, Chris? There's a file called .bash_history. This is a recording of everything that you've done at that command line. There'll be a couple of things at the beginning that you don't remember doing, like patching and shutdown, because I did that. I did that when I was in the process of building the VM. But after that, you'll get to go in and see all the different commands that you typed. And you've got a full history of it all right here. And if you wanted to save it to a file that's easier to get to, I could say cat.bash_history, redirect. So I'm using that greater than sign, commands.txt. Once I do that, I've just made a copy of all the commands I've typed. Now I can say less that command.txt file. And hey, here's all those commands. So when you go back to do this later, if you want to remember some of the stuff you typed in, it's going to be right here for you. Pretty cool. So yeah, like I said, we didn't run across anything here that was really all that interesting. If we use data mash and look for cumulative communication time, we ended up with something that was around 1,100 seconds. As we said, 20,000 and higher is what we're interested in. So yeah, that really isn't all that interesting. So lab 1, we have a C2 beacon. In lab 2, we had C2 over DNS. Everything else is something that there's a business need behind, something that we don't need to be concerned about. So what have we learned? Read is a great place to start, to go in and start looking for this connection persistency. It's a great way to go in and kind of jump in to see, are there any sessions that look persistent in nature? And if so, let me go through and kind of run those down. Why does the weird file have no IP log? Let's see what you're looking at here. So if I look in weird.log, so weird.log is Zeke's file for, yeah, I didn't know what to do with this. It understands most IP packets, so you won't get a whole lot of IP that shows up in here. But if it sees something else like NetBUI or IPX or AppleTalk or some other protocol besides IP, it's going to record it in here. So this is saying non-IP packet in Ethernet unknown protocol. So it did see a couple of things in the lab one directory that it went through and made a note on. So yeah, the weird.log file tends to be kind of the catch-all that Zeek goes through and uses. Oh, the one in the lab 3 directory, yeah, it's probably similar stuff. Oh, a couple other commands for pulling out the history. Yep, that works too. That is awesome. So yeah, like I said, identifying that connection persistency, that's kind of the hardest thing to go through and do, right? To figure out what are the connections that there's a constant connection taking place. There needs to be a business need behind it. That's kind of the hardest thing to go through and do. This is the problem that Rita solves. Now, Rita is command line based. It's a free tool. Anybody can use it, but it is command line based. So it needs a little bit of skill to go through and use that. If you need something that's a little bit more easier to use, we do have a commercial product called AC Hunter. Here's the main interface. So what we do is we go in and we look at all the IP addresses on the internet. We look to see which ones are most likely to be compromised, score them accordingly. And then over on the right, we go through and we identify this is what's kind of weird about it. So for example, one of the things you can do with AC Hunter is you can create canary tokens. So I can go in and I can create, let's say, an administrator account that no one will ever use. And this will spit out a PowerShell script that you can then go run on your domain controller that'll create an account for, John Doe or whatever you want to name the admin user. And it'll create a randomized 32 character password to make sure nobody can ever brute force their way in. And then it'll turn on full monitoring for that account. So now, we may trigger off an alert that says, hey, 192.168.2.15 just tried to log in as John Doe. We're telling you this is a system you may want to go pay attention to. Well, now if I've got a compromised system and the attacker's trying to move laterally, or maybe I've got a user that's gone rogue, it'll catch that. Other things you can monitor are things like files. One of my favorite ones for this is to go in on your net login share, create what looks like login profiles, and then just don't assign them to anybody's profile, or login scripts, and then don't assign them to a profile. And again, we'll generate a script for you that will do that. And then also turn on full logging. So we'll, you can create one that maybe looks like a login script for the accounting group. Well, that's always an interesting target for people. So, because if I compromise the system and I want to get a quick lay of the land, what better way to do that than to grab a copy of all the login scripts and start going through the login scripts to see where all the drives getting mapped to. Well, again, I can go in and I can use canary tokens to go in and set up a little trigger for that to say, hey, 192.168.100.5, they just accessed that file in the net login share that you said no one should ever bother trying to read. You may want to go in and take a look at the user on that system. So, things like canary tokens, beacon analysis, most of the graphs that we were looking at are right out of this tool. Because to me, is there persistency of connection? This graph is the one that really says what it is, right? This is my 24-hour period of time, how many connections are taking place each hour. And as we said, if I can draw a flat line here, hey, that's going to tell me that I've got persistency of connection here. We give you a lot of data to be able to run down what's going on. So for example, I can see that the user tried to get to alpha.stjameschurch.org when they went to this IP. Okay, if I know that's a business partner, this is probably okay. If I don't know who that is, I can click on it, and I can even go in and use some outside third-party tools to go off and do some research. These menus are editable, so you can go in and you can add things to these menus if you want to. They work for the IP addresses as well. One of the common ones customers will edit is this internal IP address. So let's say I have a SIM, or if I'm using Carbon Black, I could actually add that to this. So let's say I'm using Carbon Black Response, right? I go in, I see this traffic taking place, and I say, hey, I want to see what Carbon Black sees about this internal IP. We'll add it to the menu, and you can just immediately jump into that system. Makes it nice and easy to go through and do. I also talked about the ability to go through and use Beaker. and we'll sync to that. That's a nice free tool you can go through and use. Now, let's say we look at this and we say, oh yeah, no, this is a business partner connection. I don't need to worry about this. Next to each IP is this little filter icon. I can click on that and I can go in and I can create a safe list entry based on that target IP address, based on this connection pair, based on the domain that they're talking to. And I can go through and I can say, yep, anytime I've got a user beaconing to this domain, there's a business partner connection here, don't worry about that. And we'll safe list that entry, which basically means we won't score that connectivity anymore and we won't show it on the screen. Now, we don't delete the data. It's still there. It's just hidden in the background so that you don't have it in your way every time you do a threat hunt. Because now if I was to go through and safe list this entry, now you'd see it disappear from the screen. It would no longer get scored and I wouldn't have that show up in my output anymore. Typically, the way people use this is once they've hunted their network and figured out, yeah, okay, we're in safe shape, all my systems look okay, you can set up syslog to send an alert to your SIM to say, hey, anytime a score goes above 90, let me know. Or anytime a system increases more than 10 points, let me know. And now the SOC gets an alert to say, hey, the state of one of the internal systems has changed. You need to jump into the AC Hunter interface to go in and kind of run that down. Now, those safe list entries, let's say you shoot yourself in the foot. Let's say you create an entry because you think you understand what that traffic is, and it turns out you're wrong. One of the challenges you run into with a lot of tools is because they delete that data, your visibility is now gone. Well, with AC Hunter, I can go in and I can search for whatever it was I created, delete it, and then we keep a running tab of every day that we've collected data for. And until you manually go in here and say, I want to delete all my data more than 90 days old or whatever the case may be, we're going to retain that data. So let's say I know I created that safe list entry 2 weeks ago and I shouldn't have. Well, I can go back 2 weeks into my data set and say, okay, let me start here and reevaluate the data with that safe list entry not being there. Makes it real easy to go through and do. Excuse me. Yeah, we'll go for that one. Some other fun tools, just real quick. So let's say we were looking at this and we're saying, oh yeah, this host is definitely compromised, right? This is a whacked host. I wonder if anybody else is talking to the C2 server. Well, one of the things you can jump into is deep dive. And what deep dive will do is if I look at an internal IP, it'll show me everybody out on the internet that system was talking to. And we'll go through and we'll color code that. So anything in white, that's our way of saying, hey, this traffic looked perfectly normal. Don't worry about that. Anything in orange, that's our way of saying, this looked a little suspicious to us. It may be what generated those threat points. It may not. But this is something that we wanted to keep track of for you so this did look a little suspicious. If you really think there's something wrong with your system, you may want to run that down as well. So it gives you full visibility of everybody that your internal system is talking to. Now, let's say we figure out, oh yeah, this box is whacked. This is a command and control channel. We talked about one of the things we want to get a handle on first is scope. Have they compromised any additional systems? Well, if I jump into deep dive will tell me everybody who's been talking to that external IP. So if I've got 12 other systems that have been whacked, I'll see 12 other IP addresses here talking to that system. Now I know, okay, I need to include them as part of my incident response. I need to go through and do those. Basically, that's the product in a nutshell. I don't want to spend a whole lot of time doing a sales pitch because this is training, but a lot of folks get frustrated with Rita because it's command line based and it's a little hard to use. And there are other options out there that are a little bit easier, like the commercial product. One last thing I'm going to do, because most vendors won't do this, is I'm going to go through and show you what it's going to cost you. One of the unique things about AC Hunter is we do a site license. What that means is it doesn't matter how many connections to the internet you have. It doesn't matter how many end users you have. It doesn't matter how much bandwidth you push into the internet. That's one price only. So if you're a Fortune 10 company, that's the price you're going to pay. If you're a small, medium business, that's the price you're going to pay. If you want to run one copy of AC Hunter in Amazon EC2, another copy on-prem, and you've got blue teams that you send out when anytime something goes bad and you want to give every single one of them a copy to run on their personal laptop, you can do that. That's all covered under the site license. The only things you can't do is you can't give it away to your friends, please. And you can't use it to protect third parties. We actually have a partner program for that. We want to train you and make sure you know how to use the tool before you do that. And we offer discounts and all sorts of fun stuff like that. So that's the product in a nutshell. If you want to learn more, toss into the Zoom chat channel and say you want to see a demo. Yeah, you want to get a personal demo and we'll walk you through it. But I've got just a quick slide shot of all the different slides in here. Most of the stuff is stuff we talked about. So you've got that to review if you want to. But if you want to get even more in depth, drop a note, say you want to see a demo. We'll set up some time for you to sit down and chat. With that said, we're done with the training part. So I'm giving you a take-home lab to do. There's that lab 3 directory that we haven't touched yet. Here's why. I want you to go through and do this later. Don't do it now. Don't do it tomorrow. Wait about a week. And then go through and try and hunt the lab 3 data to see if you can't find any instances of potential command and control. Why wait a week? Because right now, all this stuff is fresh in your head. We just went through this. A week from now, some of your little gray cells may not retain every little piece of information you heard. Now it's easier for you to identify what data do you need to reinforce? What process is stuck with you, which ones didn't, which ones do you have to go back through the content flaw? So this will help you figure out which is which. So after the wrap-up slide is going to be the lab 3 take-home lab that you can go through and do. Now, beyond the take-home lab, what else can you do to kind of hone your skills? Well, we do malware of the day. We haven't had one since December, but Keith was saying, we're in the process of bringing that back now. Awesome. But basically, let me show you how the malware of the day works. So if I go to activecountermeasures.com, and then I go under education and blogs, I'm going to find some blog entries that are labeled as malware of the day. Like we said, we haven't done one in a little bit. Yeah, it always has this icon associated with it. So let's say I want to hone my skills. I'm going to go up here, go to malware of the day, click it, close my eyes, don't read it, quick, jump all the way to the bottom. Don't read anything. Now scroll back up slowly and look what I've got here. I've got a 1-hour PCAP and a 24-hour PCAP. Grab that 24-hour PCAP, download the PCAP file, go through and do a threat hunt on it. What do you find? What sticks out for you? What indicators of compromise do you run across? What things look interesting? Once you think you have the full answer, now go back to this page, go back up to the top and read the article. What does the article point out as interesting things that are in that file that you should have noticed? Did you catch everything? Did you miss some things? Like one of the common things I see people miss is that the MIME type reported by the server doesn't match the file. So for example, the server is saying, hey, go grab this, cutekitty.jpg file, but the MIME type is set to text. Well, no, wait a minute. If it's a JPEG file, the MIME type should be set to JPEG. The fact that the server's setting it to text, oh, something weird's going on here. You may miss that when you go through. Well, when you go through and you read the document, that's one of the things they'll point out. And now you say to yourself, oh yeah, I missed that. Okay, let me modify my process to make sure that I can incorporate that in so that I'll catch stuff like that in the future. So that's one of the easiest ways to go through and keep up and keep honing your skills. And if you go up and subscribe, there's different categories you can choose from. So if I go to the subscribe page, you can say, only tell me about webcasts, only tell me about training, only tell me about, blogs. You can pick and choose what you want us to kind of bug you about so you can minimize the amount of traffic going to your inbox if you'd like to. With that said, like I said, I got a couple of other classes coming up. I'm teaching a pay what you can class next week. So you can pay $30, you can pay more. The more you pay, the more you get access to, but $30 will at least get you access to the live training that's going to take place from Tuesday to Friday. The packet decode class is great for, I kind of understand how network traffic works, but I'm not I could definitely use some more information here. And I teach packet decoding differently versus most folks. For example, the IP ID. The IP ID is something that if you go through your typical TCP IP training, it gets a brief mention and nothing else. Well, the IP ID is kind of interesting because you can use it to identify how many packets left a system sometimes. You can use it to identify, is a remote system sending traffic to someone else besides you? You can use it to go in and identify all sorts of really cool things that normally don't get identified as part of a training class on IP. So my packet decode class is really geared more around, from a security person's perspective, what do you need to know about IP? So I go through and I hit that way. I also do an advanced threat hunting class. It's supposed to go off the 2 days before Wild West Hackin' Fest. However, I've decided I'm not making the trip out there for Wild West Hackin' Fest this year. So I don't know if they want me to still do the class since I won't be on site. So that class might be going off in September. It might be going off in October. It is a little bit more money, but we definitely go down the rabbit hole and give you a lot for techniques. So with that said, hey, we're done. Now, like I said, after this, here's your take-home lab. Don't look at that yet. We'll save on that one till later. But I do want to say thank you for everybody turning out today. We had a great turnout. I think I saw like 800 people at one point, which is awesome. Here's my email. If you got feedback, you got additional questions, throw them in the Discord channel, drop me an email. Basically, whatever goes through and makes your life easier. Let's see what else. That's about all I got. So Shelby, KC, Keith, anything else you want to add in before we call it a day?
Yeah, we had a couple people asking if there's a way they can kind of explore AC Hunter a little bit more. And if you go on our website, we do have a demo environment for AC Hunter. We shared the link a couple times in Discord. I'm going to share it again for everybody.
Yeah, is it the live demo button?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
So the little live demo button. Yep. And you can just, here's the link to get in. Here's your email login, your password. We've got notes here on how to get started. Is the CTF still up here too?
It is. So you can play around in AC Hunter by yourself, or we have a CTF challenge that you can use to kind of have a guided experience with it.
Yep. So the CTF will give you actual problems to go in and try and solve, which is kind of fun. And I don't see a link directly to the CTF, but if you hit the live demo button, scroll down, you'll see the CTF challenge listed there. Yes. Cool. Thanks for bringing that in, Shelb.
Of course.
Anything else anybody wants to toss in?
And I'd just like to say again, thank you, Chris, for doing this awesome training. And it was just great to see how many just awesome people that we have in our Discord channel. They just step up, they all help each other, providing and sharing information. It's just a beautiful thing. So very cool.
This is one thing I don't miss. That's one thing I don't miss about some of the other security groups I've been a part of in the past, is that egos used to run rampant. So in other words, you would ask a question and it wasn't uncommon to hear, you know, go read the effing manual. Yep. And no, we don't put up with that here. Everybody starts somewhere, everybody be supportive. And yeah, Keith, I totally agree. I absolutely love this community.
Yeah, me too. Me too. And you're so right. Because it's usually full of a bunch of egos, a bunch of people, you know, standing up on their big stones. And it's just so cool to see how everybody's just helping each other, because that's what we all need.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, go read the effing manual is rude. Yes, it's worse than that. It'll like get you kicked out of our Discord channel. So if you don't want to help the person, there's an easy solution for that. Shut up. Let someone else help them. You know, right. This is not a place to stroke your own personal ego. Sorry.
Yeah, exactly. And it's something my dad used to tell me all the time. You're not as smart as you think you are.
Oh, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, that's one of the nice things about hanging out with. So started off picking on Bill Stearns at the beginning of this. I guess I'll say at least one nice thing about him is that one of the nice things about hanging out with Bill is you recognize you're never the smartest person in the room when you're hanging out with Bill.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, he's very humble, very meek. I mean, he won't put it in your face, but
never. No,
you're exactly right, though.
Yep. Cool. Well, thank you, everybody. There was some questions about when will this get posted to YouTube. So this is 6 hours of content. We go through and we try to kind of edit it down and add some markers, to identify here's what's getting talked about and when at a certain timestamp. So it usually takes a couple of weeks for this to get posted. The last video we did on this a couple of months ago is still up there. That'll get you through most of it. But, as I said, I do change the content each time. So there are some things in this that were not in that. But that'll get you through until we get this posted in a couple of weeks from now. Was the 6 hours worth it? Hell yes. Glad to hear it. Awesome. With that said, hey, I think we're done.
All right. I just have a couple of housekeeping notes I want to go over real quick before we close out the Zoom session. Also, since we had so many new people join our Discord community for this training, I did want to mention that we actually are doing a virtual meetup in our Discord server at the end of this month. It's going to be on July 27th, and it's just a 30-minute kind of discussion group. So we'll all get together in the Discord server. There'll be audio, video, and a text channel, and you can join in whatever kind of format you feel comfortable. But this will be our first meetup, so it'd be great to have some new community members there as well. And housekeeping note-wise, Chris already talked about the recording being posted shortly. If you are attending this live, you will receive a certificate of attendance for today. I'm going to be sending that out shortly after we close the Zoom meeting.
Whoa. Wait until Monday. If you don't, in other words, Shelby's going to try and get it to you as soon as she can. Let's please wait until Monday before you start nagging her saying, I didn't get it. I didn't get it. I didn't get it. I didn't get it. I hate to be a pain about that, but we do tend to get dozens of people that if like it's a minute later than they expected it to, everybody starts spamming her. So let's give Shelby until Monday to make this happen. And if you get into work Monday morning and still don't see the certificate for today, okay, great. Now contact us and let us know.
Yes, and make sure you check your spam folders as well, because the certificates are sent through something called Gutenberg Cert. So make sure, again, you're checking all your different folders before you email us about it. And hopefully you all enjoyed this training. If you did, please make sure you tell your friends about it. We have a lot of other educational materials on our website that we've gone over, lots of hour-long webcasts and blog posts. So don't forget to share the knowledge. And Chris,
and I love that everybody like has the best sense of humor. The drinking bird on the F5 key until Monday. That is awesome. Yes. Keep refreshing the screen until Monday to see if this shows up. Just use the drinking bird. Why not?
Awesome.
Oh,
cool. And sorry, Shelby, you were saying?
I was just going to say, did you have anything else before we close this out, Chris?
Nah, I'm done. I'm ready to go swim in my pool.
All right. Well, I hope everyone has a great rest of their weekend, and hopefully we will see you in another webcaster training in the near future.
Thanks, folks. Take care, everybody.
Bye.
Thanks, everybody.